All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Selimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Before we continue hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W04765, there are a few preliminary matters to address. First of all, you'll notice that Judge Gaynor is with us on video link. He had some transportation issues. Can you hear all right, Judge?
I can hear you. Thank you very much, Judge Smith. Good morning.
As regards the hearing schedule today, I note first that we will be starting, as you've seen today, late. First session will be from 10 till 11:30. Then we will go have a half-hour break, and then from 12 to 1:30, and then a 1-hour break, and then we will recommence it at 2:30 until 4 o'clock. Second, I remind all of you that we have only 2 sessions in court this Wednesday, December 6th. The first 2 sessions we will be in court, and the third session we will not be able to hold. Third, I inform you that there will be no hearing on Monday, 19 February 2024. You'll need to correct your schedule. That is the day of the declared day of celebration for Kosovo's independence and is a national holiday in Kosovo, so we will take that day without court hearings. We'll now continue with an oral order by the panel on the admission of the public redacted version of Exhibit P680. Exhibit P680 was admitted on 7 November 2023 through witness W03825. That was at transcript pages 9511 to 9512. The panel notes that the SBO has disclosed the public redacted version of Exhibit P680 on 16 November 2023 under ERN 034236 to 034287 RED PRV. The panel understands that the defense has no objections to the redactions in the PRV. The panel therefore admits 034236 to 034287 RED PRV and asks the court officer to link those to the to the existing Exhibit P680. And this concludes the panel's oral order. Now, I think, Mr. Roberts, you had something you wanted to bring up to the court.
Yes, very briefly, Your Honour. Just to inform the court that yesterday, when the witness who is just about to return travelled over, they were placed next to a member of the defence team on the flight over. No words were exchanged, there was no communication, but I just wanted to inform the court and the prosecution as to what happened, just in case there was any issues or questions to be raised.
Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
that advice. Yes, sir.
One brief issue that goes back to some of the events that happened in the past week. You know, my client been refused contact with his family for the past 17 days.
Your Honor, can I just interrupt here and say we've received no notice of this, and it's inappropriate, not as a matter of courtesy, but also as a matter of following the order and conduct proceedings. As per paragraph 7 of the order, this is not the forum in which to discuss any issue counsel wants to discuss, especially where it does not pertain to the next witness.
Please, listen.
So we would really, Your Honor, appreciate...
May I finish before and not be interrupted by counsel here?
Just a second. Let him finish.
Your Honor, we would really appreciate notice being given and for Your Honor to rule that this is inappropriate and that we can proceed after notice is given.
It's
Well,
inappropriate
and-
for counsel to
Excuse me,
constantly
at this
interrupt.
point, I don't know what it's about, so
So-
just
so-
briefly, what's this about?
This is about contact between my client and his family that has been denied for the past 17 days, and asking some remedy from the court that he can have a telephone call or a Zoom call, something with him.
Our
He can-
order's on file.
I understand, Judge, but it's not been implemented, and for the past 17 days, he has, or since your order, he has been refused contact with his family.
Our order will be implemented as soon as possible, and that will be the time that type of visitation will occur. So, let's continue with the testimony of W04765. I note that all the accused are present in court today, including Mr. Krasniqi. Thank you. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in. Good morning, witness. Today,
Good morning.
and presumably finish your testimony. We will first hear from some further questions from the SPO, if they have any, and thereafter the members of the panel will have questions for you. I remind you to please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question or tell them that you don't understand and they will try to clarify. Also, please remember to try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of the facts and circumstances upon which you will be questioned. I remind you that you are still under an obligation to tell the truth as stated by you in your solemn declaration. Please also remember to speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. Mr. Prosecutor, do you have any redirect?
No, Your Honor, we had indicated 1 minute, but we actually don't have further questions.
Thank you. We will begin with some questions from the judges then. Judge Barta?
Thank you.
No, just on, before Judge Barton, my apologies, Judge, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You know, obviously, there was a document that came up and redirected we didn't have before. I can take care of that during any questioning, post-judge's questioning, so. The document that was not on their queue, that they put on their queue at the 11th, after on redirect, is obviously going to be something that will possibly come up. It will come up during the judge's question, so I can take my redirect from there. I just want to reserve that right, because they put something, they've been asking questions about a document that wasn't on their queue with no notice, speaking about notice, no notice to the defense, and we have some additional questions about the document that they brought up.
Your Honor, just on that, in terms of procedure, our submission would be that the appropriate time for those further questions would be now before the judge's questions.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Good morning, witness.
Good morning.
The panel has followed your testimony so far with great interest. However, we have identified some issues or points where my colleagues and I think we need more information or clarification from you. I will try to achieve this by going through the statements you made before us about 2 weeks ago in chronological order. So it may be that some topics are addressed more than once, but this is not a problem because your evidence is very important to us. Do you understand that?
I do.
So let me start with the first day of your testimony on 13 November 2023. During your examination by the SPO, by the prosecution, you told us that the conversation between Halil Quadracu and Commander Drini about Mr. Quadracu becoming head of intelligence and counterintelligence in the Pashtrek operational zone took place in Albania, and that Drini told Mr. Quadracu, I quote, "You shall be appointed at the zone level as an intelligence and counterintelligence head, G2." End of quote. For the record, this is from page 9958 of the transcript, lines 5 to 8. So my first question is the following. When was that conversation between Commander Drini and Mr. Quadracu? In which month and year?
Mr. Chadraku crossed the border from Kosovo to Albania and vice versa more than 30 times during the war. During the time Drini was in Albania from September 98 to December 14th of December 1998, he met during this period of time with Chadraku somewhere in Albania, in Krum or Kukas, but they certainly met more than once, 2 or 3 times. Now, Drini, having seen the activity of Chadraku, that he was bringing in weapons, men into Kosovo and bringing wounded from Kosovo to Albania. So having seen the devotion and dedication of Chadraku, Drini told him, promised him that when we return to Kosovo, you will be assigned, you will be given the task of the intelligence and counterintelligence chief. This is how it was.
The period between September and December, 14 December 1998, that conversation, is that right?
That's correct.
You're also present during that conversation?
No, I was constantly at war and the front line. The moment I entered Kosovo from the 7th of June 1998, I never left the war area, and I was constantly in Kosovo, but I was told this by Mr. Chadraku.
Commander Drini's decision to appoint Mr. Quadracu as G2, to your knowledge, approved by the KLA General Staff later on?
Yes, it was approved in January 1999.
Thank you. My next question relates again to the evidence you gave on 13 November 2023, namely to page 9963 and the following of the transcript. Madam Court Officer, could you please show exhibit P500 on the screen? Only the Albanian version. And could you please go to page 2?
You should all know that we're having some difficulty with the video link with Judge Gaynor, and he's going to have to stop and reconnect periodically, and that's going to happen in about 5 minutes. So if you have a short question, bear that in mind.
Thank you. Now, witness, if you take a look at the bottom left page of the document, can you see the word "chic" followed by what was translated as "at the General Staff" in the English version of the document under number 3?
Yes, I do see it at the bottom of the page. it reads Schick at the General Staff.
Long discussion with Mr. Emerson from the Veseli defense about the meaning of the word Schick and where it originally came from. My only question in this context is, are you saying that there was no intelligence and counterintelligence directorate at the KLA General Staff at that time, that is in March 1999, when the document was allegedly drafted, regardless of whether you call it Schick, ZKZ, or J2?
It did not exist. However, Halil Chadarako put it there because he had been theoretically prepared in Albania, and the relevant literature there referred to Schick, the Albanian Intelligence Service. Therefore, he wrote here Schick, thinking that Kosovo should also have a similar service.
Just so that I can understand your evidence, is your evidence that there was no such directorate in March 1999 at the General Staff level?
Perhaps it existed in March, sometime towards the end of March. I don't know the date of this document, but when Halil Chadarako was appointed, there was no such service. It was just one person. If you could please scroll up so I can see the date of the document.
Yes, please, Madam Court Officer. To page 1.
I am not sure there was a Intelligence and Counterintelligence Directorate on the 14th of March 1999. This was later on, came into existence later on. There was absolutely no Schick at this period of time.
So, if there was no such directorate, what was Mr. Veseli doing at the time, if you know? Did he have any official position within the General Staff or the KLA at all?
To my knowledge, the Intelligence Counterintelligence Directorate was not fully staffed at the time. Certainly, Mr. Veseli was engaged in that directorate, but he did not have staff. The directorate was not staffed.
Judge Gaynor, do you want to now reconnect with your?
Sure, I'll do that right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you hear all right, Judge Gaynor?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you, Judge Smith.
Thank you.
Please proceed. Thank you.
All right. Go ahead, Judge Barta.
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. Witness, my next question is still about your first day of testimony on 13 November 2023. According to our transcript, pages 9922 to 9923, you stated that, I quote, "If we had orders from the general staff, mostly we expect Adem Demaci, who was an idol for me, we expected orders from him. He told us don't meet with journalists without his permission, so we didn't give any interview without his permission. So everything we expected from him, otherwise there was no protocol of orders from any party. At the zone level to the lowest level, the commanding structure went very well." First of all, witness, if you know, was Mr. Demaci, who you described as being the person in charge of war policies or political representative, formerly a member of the KLA General Staff?
As based on what I knew at the time and what I know now, Adem Demaci was a political representative and his office was in charge of war policies. So it is true what I have stated.
So was he a member of the KLA General Staff or was he not a member of the KLA General Staff?
I think that he led the KLA General Staff politically. This is what I think now and this is what I thought then.
And how many orders did you get from Mr. Demaci apart from the order or the instruction not to meet with journalists without his permission?
I had two occasions when journalists came to me with a piece of paper bearing his handwriting and saying that they had been authorized to interview me. Therefore, based on this, I understood that we needed written evidence from Adem Demaci in order to interact with journalists. And I remember these were reporters from Paris, from France, and I speak French myself. This would be the sort of document we would expect and we received from Adem Demaci.
You receive other orders apart from that?
I mentioned two cases where I had such orders authorizing me to interact with journalists. On another occasion, I met with him in Lazarus, where we had a lengthy discussion in which he detailed some of his war projects.
Thank you. Now, to a completely different topic. Again, on 13 November 2023, you told us, in response to a question of the prosecution, that you learned from your relative Yaqub Muaremi that Skender Hoxha and Shabahuddin Chena, two high-ranking KLA members, were both, I quote, directly involved in Yaqub Muaremi's detention and mistreatment. You also said that Mr. Muaremi told you that he was sent to the KLA General Staff in order to punish him even further. And this is from pages 9907 to 9912 and 9936 to 9937 of the transcript. However, during your cross-examination by the Thaçi defense on 16 November 2023, you said that there was no direct conflict between Skender Hoxha and Yaqub Muaremi. But somebody close to Skender Hoxha was in trouble, had a dispute before the war with Yaqub Muaremi and took advantage of the situation to bring him in there and accuse him as a spy, as a collaborator of the Yugoslav Secret Service, and maltreated him. I'm referring to page 10246, lines 14 to 19 of the transcript. So first, Who was that person who had a dispute with Mr. Moremi before the war and who took advantage of the situation? Did Mr. Moremi tell you this during your conversations with him?
To tell you the truth, he gave me the name, but I have forgotten it. It is someone from the village of Piran with whom he had a dispute before the war. This person had access and could influence somebody in the close circle of Hoxha. So the origin of all this is a private dispute between Jakub Muharremi and somebody else.
You said you learned from Mr. Moremi that Mr. Hoxha and Mr. Chena were directly involved in Mr. Moremi's detention and maltreatment. Can you tell us again how Mr. Hoxha and Mr. Chena were involved according to Mr. Moremi? What did they do exactly?
Someone else, apparently this Mullah Bazi or somebody else within this group, took him to the brigade command in Reti. So we're talking about Jakub Muharremi. And there, Sabahuddin Sen and Skandar Hoxha dealt with him.
What do you mean with Sabahuddin Chena and Skandar Hoxha dealt with him?
According to Jakub and to what he said, and you certainly have his statements, he said that they beat him up. They abused him physically. He said both of them. I wouldn't know, I was not there.
And lastly, you said Tahir Zinani, I assume in his capacity as zone commander, issued a warning to Skandar Hoxha, correct?
I learned this later on, that Tahir Zinani had issued a warning to Skandar Hoxha and warning him that if there would be other similar cases, he would discharge him. I learned this after the war. Had I known it at the time, I would have probably been even more revolted and irritated, because Jakub Muharremi is a relative of mine.
So why did Mr. Zinani issue that warning? What was the reason for that measure? Was it the detention or the maltreatment of Mr. Moremi?
I don't know exactly, probably for both.
Thank you. On 15 November 2023, you told Mr. Emerson from the Veseli defense that Halil Quadracu became head of ZKZ Intelligence Counterintelligence in January 1999, and that Mr. Quadracu had arrived several days before Commander Drini, who entered Kosovo on 16 December 1998. Do you remember saying this?
Yes, I do. This is how I said it.
Page 10158 of the transcript, lines 4 to 6 and 23 to 24. My question is, witness, what did Mr. Quadracu do between his arrival in Kosovo in December 1998 and his appointment as head of ZKZ in the Pastrik operational zone in January 1999? What was his function, if he had any, in that time period?
At the time, the zone was still not fully staffed. The brigade was being consolidated. Mr. Chadaraku was within Brigade 124, and he certainly waited for Drini to return in order to receive his appointment and start working. This is how it was.
Thank you, witness. You also told Mr. Emerson that you agreed with the description Mr. Quadracu had given to the SBO, that he had to begin setting up intelligence structures from scratch when he took over in January 1999. I'm referring to page 10159 of the transcript, lines 3 to 8. Who or which institution fulfilled intelligence functions in the area of what later became the Pastric operational zone before January 1999?
There was no intelligence, counterintelligence before January. Such structure was not organized. Soldiers who carried out such tasks, like finding out and uncovering enemy forces, these were reconnaissance units. They conducted surveillance operations of the enemy. It was after January that intelligence, counterintelligence structures started being set up. Halil Chadraku was alone when he was initially appointed, and then later on he continued his work.
And who or which institution collected information about people who collaborated with the enemy, if there was such an institution or somebody who collected these informations?
Up until that moment, they would usually, civilians would intervene in the village councils. Some people had personal revenge reasons, others had other reasons. So they would come up with information such as, oh, this one is a collaborator, that one is a collaborator, but this kind of information was irrelevant to us.
Witness, you also confirmed to the Veseli defense that between June and November 1998, when you were commander of the battalion in Budakove, nobody was performing military policing functions. For the record, this is from page 10159 of the transcript, lines 16 to 21. To be clear about this, are you saying that there were no military police in the entire area of what later became the Pastric operational zone, and that nobody else was performing functions of the military police?
I don't know with respect to other zones and other units. At that time, I was a battalion commander, and in such capacity, I set up a squad, a rapid reaction unit with selected agile, brave soldiers. And then later the police unit in the battalion in Budakova was formed. I don't know if in other structures there were such police units, because we were not communicating in a way.
For example, if a soldier in your battalion had deliberately violated one of your orders, would you not have been able to ask someone to disarm or to arrest that soldier? Was that the task of the rapid reaction unit you established?
And that was the reason why this unit was set up, in case there would be problems between soldiers or when the enemy would attack. So these guys were better trained and would intervene rapidly in the event of disciplinary issues with a soldier, where I would have them call the soldier, disarm him, have him do some other physical work for a few days. And I never had any occasion where I had to fully disarm a soldier and discharge him completely. I would remove his weapon temporarily or his badge, but that's it.
Thank you. According to the next few lines on pages 10159 to 10160 of the transcript, you said that sometime towards the end of March, beginning of April 1999, Nik Krasniqi was appointed as the head of the military police in your zone, My question is, do you know what functions Nekshmi Krasniqi had before his appointment as head of the military police in your operational zone? I assume he was already with the KLA at that time, right?
He was certainly, from the beginning, part of the KLA war. I know he comes from the village of Terpez. He was in other units which I had no contact with during the war, but I know he was a good fighter. And when he came to the Bashtirik zone, appointed as commander of the military police company, he came with 2, 3, or 4 military policemen. He was not staffed. It was later that the military police platoons were formed at the brigade level.
In the same context, you told us that there was a need to have military police at the zone level, at least at the end of March, in April 1999. Do you remember saying this 2 weeks ago?
Yes, and that's correct. This is what I stated.
Need to have military police at the zone level in March, April 1999. Why not before or after that?
The need was from the beginning. However, we did not have these structures. We barely managed to set them up at that time, at the indicated time. We didn't know how long the war would take. Every army needs a military police, a disciplinary entity, or an entity body dealing with disciplinary matters. So this is how it was.
Was it necessary to establish the position as head of military police on the operational zone level or at the operational zone level for Mr. Nekshmi Krasniqi?
It was necessary for us to set up the hierarchy of the military police. It was necessary for us to have a commander, a deputy commander, and of course the smaller units like the squads, the platoons, and so on and so forth. Tahir Sinani had that responsibility to appoint and to be in constant contact with the military police through Nejbedin Krasniqi.
Just a second, please. Was there a military police on the brigade or battalion level before end of March, beginning of April 1999?
No. Only what I said before about the battalion in Badakova, because the brigades, after the appointment of Nejbedin Krasniqi, started to establish the military police. It was later on, not during that time.
Witness, the panel needs clarification from you on another point. In your interview with the prosecution in January 2020, you said that Nekshmi Krasniqi, in his capacity as head of military police in the Pashturik zone, reported to Tahir Zinani as the operational zone commander, to you as deputy operational zone commander in case Mr. Zinani was not around, and also directly to Fatmir Limay, the military police commander within the KLA General Staff. You said in this context, and I quote, "Police had a special hierarchy. It is also said in the structure there, so it's the military police that had a direct report line to the staff up there." And this is from Exhibit P 707.4, pages 1 to 2. Whereas during your cross-examination by the Salimi defense, page 10320 and the following of the transcript, you said that Mr. Krasniqi was only reporting to Mr. Zinani and in case of Mr. Zinani's absence to you. So my question is, what is right here? Did Mr. Krasniqi only report to the zone command or also to the general staff, namely to Mr. Limay, as you have stated in your SPO interview in January 2020?
I am positive that he reported to Tahir Sinani. In the absence of Tahir Sinani, he has reported to myself as well. Whereas when it comes to his relationship with the General Staff, I can't say anything about that. I don't know how much contact he had with the General Staff. That because of the fact that the General Staff was very mobile. They were constantly on the move. Therefore, it was impossible for him to meet with the General Staff, and that's the reason why he contacted the zone commander. I don't know what kind of a relationship he had with Vladimir Limay.
Was the situation when Commander Drini, or when Drini was commander of the operational zone, was there a direct reporting line from the military police or Nekshmi Krasniqi to the General Staff and Mr. Limay?
I don't know. I have no idea how the relationship between Drini and the General Staff was. However, through the briefing, what we knew was that everything that happened at the zone level has to be notified to the General Staff, in particular to the Chief of Staff. Drini used to have good relations with the Chief of Staff, whereas with the remainder of the people, I don't know. So there was no need for him to report to me. I mean, that was not something that I had to know, by all means.
Madam Court Officer, could you please put Exhibit P707.4, page 7 for us on the screen? The English version should suffice. Witness, I will read to you what you also said during your SPO interview in January 2020, so please listen carefully. And this is page 7, lines 9 to 15. Question: did you have regular meetings with the commander of the military police at the zone command, at zone level? Answer: no, we didn't have regular meetings because the commander, so they had direct report line with the center, except in the cases when it would go through the zone command, Tahir. As I show that in the structure, it's shown there. And they would report to the General Police Commander, Vladimir Limay. So I ask you again, why did you state in January 2020 that there was a direct reporting line to the General Staff and to Mr. Limay?
That's not correct. If I said in January, that's not correct. It might have been towards the end of March. It should have been like that because I think that the police should have reported to the central level, but that's not what has happened because the people from the General Staff were not present. What I have said is that it should have been fair for him to report to Limay, but otherwise I wouldn't know. I didn't have any report or any information that told me this. What I have said is instead that he should have reported to Commander Limay. This is not correct. So, and anyway, this is not relevant for January because Najmuddin was not there in January.
Witness now on a different subject. During the questioning by the Vezeli defense, you spoke about the different directorates in the KLA General Staff. And you said in this context that, for example, the few people who worked in the political directorate might not have known the duties of another directorate. And you continued by saying that, I quote, a brigade commander didn't know what was going on in the other brigade because we couldn't keep very close relations. That's why I'm saying one wouldn't know what the tasks were in another department, end of quote. My question is it your evidence that there was no contact between brigades, no meetings with the operational zone commander, no communication whatsoever, that therefore There was also no communication, no contact among the heads of the different directorates at the KLA General Staff level?
Your Honor, this is something that I've said. And what I've said is that there's been no horizontal connection, there's been no direct communication and order line, but there has been some vertical connection, and this is the context of what I mean. There has been no ordering from one department director to the other. So the zone has taken decisions in its own briefings and sessions, and we have notified the Chief of Staff, of the General Staff, that is. The directories that were part of the organogram that you've seen from my book, I mean, they have had no impact to one another. So they should be seen from the horizontal point of view, and they have had no impact whatsoever on one another. The only connection they had was to the General Staff, so they reported to the General Staff. That's what the situation was.
So did you, or did you not, in your capacity as Deputy Operational Zone Commander, communicate or coordinate with other Deputy Operational Zone Commanders?
With the other operational zones, we had no coordination, no relationship whatsoever. There were cases when we sent soldiers to help them out if there was a battlefield or if there was a clash with the enemy forces. We sent soldiers to Dukagjin or to Shala, but there has been no impact. There was no coordination, so there was no impact on our end from the Pacific zone to other zones. Whereas when it comes to other brigades of the Pacific zone, everything has happened from the hierarchical line at the time that I was appointed as the deputy commander of this zone, and Tahir Sinani was appointed as the commander of the zone.
How did you know that help was needed in a different or another operational zone?
There were two ways of communicating. There was a request through the couriers, and there was the radio connection request. And there came a time where we had satellite telephones as well. It was this the way or the means that we were notified, and we also assisted the civilians. So we sent different units in order for them to help with the battlefield, with the wars of other brigades.
Remember when you got these satellite telephones? What month?
I can't remember exactly. It was somewhere about the end of March or beginning of April. However, I do know the dates when we sent assistance to Dukagjin or when we went to intervene with the other brigades in terms of fighting against the enemy. However, I can't tell you a date exactly in answer to your question. It was about the end of March or beginning of April, though.
I assume, right?
Sorry,
Yes, sure, 1999.
As you told us that between December 1998 up until 15 January 1999, you were stationed within the General Staff for about a month. And you also said that you were not there all the time because you had to take part in the war to save the population, and that you fought for 4.5 days. And I refer to page 10181 of the transcript, lines 11 to 20. And you also confirmed a few lines further below what you have already, or what you had already told the prosecution, namely that you think that Mr. Veseli was not in Kosovo between the beginning of January 1999 and later in the year, that is in April 1999, when you gave him a lift to more remote villages. Now my question for you is, why do you think that Mr. Veseli was not in Kosovo during that time? Is it just because you did not see him at the headquarters? I'm asking because you weren't there all the time either, as you said, right?
Realisht është ashtu, unë kam thënë.
I said that I was there at the beginning of December up until the 15th of January. When the attack massacre happened, I went to coordinate the fightings in Burakova and the Neredima zone in order to protect the civilian population there. Once I got back from the war, I got back to the headquarters as well, and I didn't see Mr. Vasily at any place. Therefore, I came to the conclusion that he was somewhere abroad.
I understand. Just for the record, where exactly was the General Staff headquarters at that time? At what location? Was that in Klečka? I'm referring to December 1998 and January 1999 when you were stationed there.
Back then, the headquarters was in Klečka. The headquarters itself, I'm not talking about the members of the staff. So, however, the headquarters moved very frequently, so sometimes they went to Diviaka, to Klečka, to other places as well. So they moved to about 10 different locations in Kosovo. At the time, it was located in the headquarters. It was myself, it was a couple of technicians that worked with computers, some guards as well. This is all there was.
Did you see other members of the General Staff at the headquarters or elsewhere in December and December 1998 and January 1999? I think you said you briefly met Adem Grabowski before he left, correct?
There, I met with Adem Grabowski. He was the chief of J1, and he handed over his task to me because he went somewhere abroad as well. On the 15th of January, when the Serbian offensive happened in Prekaz, I found the chief of staff, Besim Zirapi, in the operational directorate. And there were a couple of other people there, but I don't remember who they were. We asked for assisting our forces, and I was told that if you're physically fit, because I was wounded and injured, but I was told that if you are fit to go, you can go there because you have connections with the soldiers of Budakova. You are connected with the Budakova and Neredima zone, and they told me that if you wanted to go, you could go there. And this is how I went there. I went to the Rachaku war with the orders of Bislim Zirapi. Whereas for others, I didn't see anyone else there.
Were there regular meetings, let's say once a week or every other week at the headquarters, or were there no meetings at all during the time you were there in December 1998 and January 1999?
During that time, there was no meeting. During that time, while I was en route to Ladrovce, I met with Adem Demaci. So it was cold. He was traveling by a jeep, and he talked to me in English. So don't talk to me. And I was just telling Adem, how is it possible that your jeep is speaking in English too? It was a joke, of course. So we talked about the war, about the developments of the war, about the further developments. But other than that, there was no real meeting of the General Staff during that time.
Did you see or meet Mr. Demaci in Klečka during that time? Did you see him there or ever?
In Ladrovce. Ladrovce is further down than Klečka. I did not meet him in Klečka.
Witness, you further mentioned that Mr. Veseli returned from Rambouillet or Albania and that he came to your operational zone in Nishor, where you had a conversation with him in which Mr. Veseli excuse me, told you that he wanted to go to more remote villages and that you took him in your car and escorted him. This is on page 1010 8182 of the transcript. Do you remember saying this?
Ashtu është.
Yes, I do. That's correct.
Vasily tell you where he came from, that is, whether he came from Rambouillet or from Albania or from another place?
Me të thotë drejtë na
To tell you the truth, that was my conclusion, namely that he was coming from Rambouillet. But I don't know exactly, because we didn't talk in details about the place where he came from. We mostly talked about the number of injured, the situation of the civilians, on whether we had enough ammunition. I mean, these were the types of talks that we made with Mr. Veseli.
So you actually don't know whether he was already in Kosovo or whether he came from Rambouillet or from Albania or from another place?
Faktikisht unë
I was convinced that he was not in Kosovo up until that time. I was convinced myself that he came from abroad. My zone, the Pashtric operational zone, was on the border to Albania. And if he had to go to Albania, he had to come through the Pashtric operational zone. And this is why I came to the conclusion that he came from abroad. On whether he came from Albania or from Rambouillet, that I don't know.
So did Mr. Vesely tell you what he wanted to do in those remote villages?
jo.
No, he didn't. He only asked me to send him to Divjak or to Terpez, and that's what I did. I accompanied him. I traveled with him with my car, with another person that was accompanying us, and I got back to the zone.
In learning what he wanted to do there?
Kisha përshtypje që e din më mirë se
I had the impression he knew better than myself. He asked for my assistance, for my help in the context of the zone, and that was all.
Then. Witness, moving on to my next question. When Defense Counsel suggested that Mr. Veseli was not the only person who used the name Luli, you answered on page 10182 of the transcript, lines 18 to 19, that, I quote, "There were tens of Luli Kungu, Bungu, Guri, such nicknames. There were many, many," end of quote. The panel would like to know who else did call himself or herself Luli, which other person had this nickname during the war. Could you give us a name of that person or those persons?
unë nuk e di me të njëjtë.
I don't know to tell you exactly, but what I can say is that there were people using this nickname Luli in Drenica, in other areas as well. I know that there were other nicknames like Guri, Graniti, whereas for myself, I never used a nickname. I don't know the names of those people, because you could know the nicknames, but not necessarily the name. It was difficult to discover the real names of people back then.
Just to understand you correctly, you weren't referring to some specific person when you said there were other Lulis, right?
Jo, nuk kam pas person.
No, I didn't have a specific person, but I knew of the fact that there were other Lulis as well, because the soldiers would mention the name Lule. For instance, in my zone, we had Lule. There were other people in other zones that were called with the same name, with Lule. I didn't know that Kadri Veseli was called Lule, but I knew Kadri Veseli when he came to meet me, because the uncle of Kadri Veseli was a friend of mine. His name is Sabit Veseli. So I used to know Sabit Veseli, and at the time that he told me that his last name was Veseli, I had a very high consideration of him. I thought he was the brother of Sabit Veseli.
Now, for just a moment while Judge Gaynor reconnects.
Judge Smith, I am now reconnected.
Can you see us, Judge Gaynor?
Yes, I can see you and I can hear you. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
You might want to go back. You missed some of witness's answer. There was a question at line 20 of the transcript. You may want to look at that and then go up to go through the answer.
Sure, thank you. Yes, I have access to the transcript. I will indeed look at that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll give you a minute to do that.
That's fine. I've read it now.
All right.
Thank you, Judge Smith.
Go ahead, Judge Barta.
Thank you. And witness, are you aware of another person within the KLA General Staff who used the nickname Luli at the time, that is in 1998 and 1999?
I'm not sure there was somebody with the nickname Luli at the General Staff. But now I know that Kadri Veseli had the nickname Luli. For others at the headquarters, I don't know. Whereas when it comes to wider, I mean to other areas in Kosovo, like I said, there were many people having that nickname.
Thank you. A little bit later, during your cross-examination, you fully agreed with the defense for Mr. Veseli that in other operational zones it was altogether much more chaotic. And this is on page 10191 of the transcript, lines 20 to 24. My question is, how do you know that in the other operational zones it was much more chaotic? Did you talk to other operational zone commanders or deputy commanders about their situation? I think you already said that there was communication between the different operational zones. Is that right?
That's my opinion. It was my opinion back then, and it is my opinion now. I think that the situation was worse. I won't say chaotic, but the situation was much worse because we had assisted the other zones with weaponry, with wheat. So we have sent assistance, we have sent our soldiers, we have assisted them in logistical aspects as well, and we have sent assistance to Shala as well. And knowing these developments, I came to the conclusion that their situation was worse and they were less organized than we were.
Asking was the panel wanted to know why you were saying that, so the basis of your knowledge. Thank you. I think it's clear now. Whereas my next question concerns a document called Kosovo Liberation Army General Staff Disciplinary Regulations for the Kosovo Liberation Army, Pristina 1998. This is Exhibit P715. And I believe my colleague Judge Mitro will ask you more questions about this document later. So my only question at this stage is, are you still saying that this document was drafted by you, Nuruddin Abazi, and Khalid Quadraco in March or April 1999 on your operational zone command laptop, and that it was sent to the KLA General Staff and or to Mr. Demaci, Adem Demaci, where somebody backdated the document to the year 1998? Is that what you're still telling us? Is that your opinion?
Mendimi jam ishte
My opinion is that when it comes to this regulation was copied from the similar regulations of Albania. It was signed by Femi Baftiu because the day that you showed the document to me, I saw the signature, but I couldn't give more details about it. But Femi Baftiu was an experienced lawyer. He was the person who processed the information. He was the person who provided some information for the KLA. So this is a regulation that was prepared in the office of Adem Demace in Pristina. It never ended up in my hands. So we had our own regulations because I thought that was a zone regulation. We have prepared zone regulations with Nureddin Abazi, with other people there at the zone staff. Whereas when it comes to this regulation is copied from the regulations of Albania. And it never came in my hands. It never ended up in my hands. I saw it for the first time here. When this regulation was shown to me by Emerson, I thought that this was one of those regulations that we used or we prepared in the zone, that were 2 or 3 regulations in Pristina. So probably they have received some elements from the regulations of the KLA, but like I said before, this was a regulation that was copied and pasted from the similar regulations of Albania.
Come back to this later today. On 15 November 2023, you also told us that Hale Quadraku, as head of the ZKZ or G2 in the Pastric Operational Zone, was reporting to Operational Zone Commander Tahir Zinani and or to Bislim Sirapi as Chief of the KLA General Staff at least until April 1999, when Mr. Sirapi was replaced by Agim Ceku, and this is from page 10209 of the transcript. And you said that you believe that Mr. Quadraku did not report to Kadri Vesely because it was not possible for Mr. Quadraku to meet Mr. Vesely, since Mr. Vesely was not in Kosovo until April 1999, correct?
Yes, that is correct, the last part of what you said. Whereas when you say that from the 15th of December, there was no ZKZ on the 15th of December, because Mr. Chandraku was appointed in January 1999. So, except for this correction, everything that you said is true.
But you included Mr. Vesely as head of intelligence and counterintelligence, or J2, in your organigram of the KLA General Staff on page 8 of your book, right?
Yes, that's correct. But the date is not correct, because you said that he has reported starting from the 15th of December, and that's not true.
And as head of intelligence and counterintelligence in the KLA General Staff, did Mr. Vesely regularly visit the brigades and the command in your operational zone as long as he was still in Kosovo? If you know.
I have not happened to meet him at the zone level or at lower levels. He might have as well visited them, but I'm not aware of such visits.
He didn't visit you when you were deputy zone commander?
No, I have not met him, no.
Now my next question concerns one of the answers you gave to the Thaçi defense during your cross-examination on 16 November 2023. You said that you took over the command of the Pastric operational zone after Commander Drini had left to become the head of the military academy, and his deputy, a person called Sulaiman Kolkaku, deserted. And this is from page 10249 of the transcript. And witness, on 15 November 2023, you told us that Drini was replaced by Tahir Zinani as operational zone commander on 17 March 1999. Is that correct? That he was replaced, Mr. Zinani was Commander Drini was replaced by Mr. Zinani on 17 March 1999.
Yes, that's correct.
10173 of the transcript, lines 6 to 10. My question in this context is, when exactly did Commander Drini leave to become the head of the military academy? If you know.
I think it was sometime in the beginning of March. Beginning of March, when he was appointed at the general staff in charge of the military academy. And towards the end of February, Süleyman Kolçaklı was absent because he deserted, he left. So there was, at the zone level, that position was vacant, and we continued fighting without them.
At the command of the operational zone at the end of February or beginning of March 1999, until Mr. Zinani showed up, right?
That is the way I acted. However, I never self-appointed as a zone commander. And now, even 20 years later, Thaçi is dead. Now, I never said I was a zone commander. However, we were put in that situation where we had to face the battles, and I had to assume that role.
So, just from my understanding, at the time Mr. Quadraco and you wrote the letter to the KLA General Staff complaining about Commander Drini, Exhibit P500, that is on 14 March 1999, Drini had already left his position as commander of the Pashtric Operational Zone and was working his new position as head of military academy. Is that correct?
We didn't know at the time whether he had been appointed or not. We knew he was absent. We knew he had no relations in the zone at the brigade level, and Drini and Süleyman Kolçaklı were not there either. So the purpose of this letter was to create norms and relations between the subordinating units.
I think I understand now. Thank you. Now, moving on to a different topic. Again, during your cross-examination by the Thaçi defense, you said that the political directorate led by Mr. Thaçi was not at the level you would have desired or the war would have required, because it was only staffed with Mr. Thaçi and 2 or 3 other persons, and this can be found on page 10273, lines 9 to 15, and page 10278, lines 2 to 3 of the transcript. Witness, the question is, how do you know that the political directorate was only staffed with Mr. Thaçi and 2 or other 3 people? Did you meet Mr. Thaçi during your time at the KLA General Staff in Klečka in December 1998 or January 1999?
No, we're not talking about December 98 or January 99. I met Mr. Thaçi in July 98, and he was with 2 or 3 persons, soldiers or his staff. He was visiting the Budakova battalion. In December 98 and January 99, I did not meet Mr. Thaçi at the General Staff. I met him on one occasion. Coincidentally, I can't remember the date, and I was going to Klečka to get ammunition at the central warehouse. And I saw him cleaning his face in front of the general staff early in the morning, and he asked me why you're here, and I said I'm here to ask for ammunition because we will have battles to fight. And he said, if there's a battle coming up, I'll come with you, I'll join you and fight. And to which I replied, no, the battle is expected to happen in 2 or 3 days. So, and it ended there. I've seen Mr. Thaçi no more than 2 or 3 times during the war.
During the time when you were stationed at the General Staff in Kletschke in December 1998 and January 1999, did you see an office, or did you meet and talk to employees of Mr. Thaçi?
No.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but actually you can't say for sure how many people worked for Mr. Thaçi, worked in the political directorate with Mr. Thaçi, at least not after June or July 1998. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was my perception, and you're right.
It's just your opinion, yeah.
My opinion, right.
And you also said that you don't know where Mr. Thaçi was from mid-November 1998 to February 1999, that is before Rambouillet, and you don't know if he was in Kosovo or in Albania or elsewhere and what he was doing. Is that right? During that time, mid-November 1998 to February 1999.
Correct. That's right. That's correct.
And when you confirmed in response to a suggestion by Mr. Kihov from the Thaçi defense that Mr. Thaçi could not give orders to anyone apart from his few employees, there was only your opinion as well, right? Since you did not see or meet him during that time.
You're absolutely right. I speak in my name, and we did not receive any orders at the zone level. I cannot know about others. However, based on his tasks and based on his position, he was not a decision maker or was not issuing decisions.
So in other words, he could have orders to more than 2 or 3 people without your knowledge. It's just you don't know that. Or maybe not.
I am not aware of it.
Witness, you also said on page 10259, lines 14 to 16 of the transcript that you wanted to meet Mr. Thaçi after the war, but you were unable to meet him. And as we cannot ask Mr. Thaçi, I'm asking you, why were you not able to meet him? And why did you want to meet him? What was the reason for your desire to meet Mr. Thaçi after the war?
After the war, I was in the KPC for 3 years, and then for another 3 years I was the chairman of the War Veterans Association. So I would have had the opportunity to meet him on numerous occasions, and not only once. However, I never managed to meet him because these people who become big, important ministers, prime ministers, they have many phones, they have many people who are close to them, associates. So you ask one of these associates to meet with him, they say, yes, I will tell him. And so you have to go through a lot of intermediaries, and as a result of which I never managed to meet with him. As a result of this, I am not grateful at all. I'm quite irritated and angry at him that he didn't meet with him. I don't know what's his issue with me. He certainly didn't want to meet with me. It's his business. I wouldn't know why. However, this is not as it should be.
My next question is about what you told us in response to a suggestion by the Salimi defense when you were talking about Mr. Holbrook's visit to Junik in June 1998. And you said, I quote, "Shortly after my arrival, he, Mr. Holbrooke was in Junik, where he met with Haydin Abazi, aka Lumhakshiu, and he saw that there was a command center. There were uniforms, insignia, symbols, weapons, and a chain of command, an organized structure. From that moment onward, it means the KLA, was not referred to as a terrorist group, but as a liberation army organization, end of quote. Witness, is it your evidence that in June 1998, the KLA did not have uniforms, insignia, symbols, weapons, a chain of command, and an organized structure? That it was all a deception, or as counsel for Mr. Salimi called it, a public relations exercise to persuade the United States of America and other allied states to intervene militarily or otherwise? Is that your evidence?
Jo, nuk është kështu. That's not quite right. First of all, it's Haydin Abazi. It's not Hayreddin Abazi with the nickname Lumajiu. Perhaps you read it the wrong way. So it's true that he found there a well-organized structure in UNIC. There were weapons, insignia, uniforms, because UNIC is very close geographically to Albania, so they had better supplies in terms of weapons and uniforms. Therefore, he found order, organization in that command, guards, relationship, structures, and the conversations were at the appropriate level. I learned about this when Haydin Abazi came to my zone and explained me the whole event. Therefore, it was noted there was a liberation organization, there was a voluntary army which had norms, rules, discipline, uniforms, insignia, weapons, and a command. And based on this, it was called the Kosovo Liberation Army. Because initially, the Serbs tried to portray this as a religious-based conflict, Islamist one, and then terrorist organization, until the organization was recognized by the internationals as a Kosovo Liberation Army. So what I said is correct, except for that the fact that we would have deceived them wearing uniforms. There were uniforms and all the rest, with the exception of the name of Haydin Abazi that I corrected. Everything was right.
Just a second. And witness, the same question as before in relation to Mr. Thaçi. You said that Mr. Salimi, as Inspector General of the KLA, had only 2 or 3 people around him. There's also your opinion, right?
With respect to Mr. Salimi, I said that I met him in my zone. He was with 2 soldiers. I don't know if they were his associates or staff or just ordinary soldiers. I don't know whether the inspectorate had any staff members or how many. It was called the Inspectorate General. During the war, the Kosovo Liberation Army had no ranks. This was, and this is my opinion.
I was referring to page 10302, line 7 of the transcript. The question is, you didn't meet Mr. Salimi in December 1998, January 1999, when you were at the KLA General Staff headquarters in Klečka? You didn't meet him, right?
No, I didn't see Recep Selimi there. I would have recognized him based on the appearance of his brother, because Ramadan Selimi was one of my comrades in our underground activities, patriotic activities. And I've seen him in Nishor, in the Pashto operative zone. I only knew him as Recep Selimi. It was only later on that I learned he was the Inspector General.
Headquarters of the Kile General Staff, you didn't talk or didn't see or talk to some of Mr. Selimi's employees? You didn't see an office there? Is that right?
Yeah, no. No, I didn't know his subordinates or his staff, and to this day I do not know who were Recep Selimi's associates or staff members.
And you already said that a couple of minutes ago. You met him twice, Mr. Selimi, right? During the war.
I remember well meeting him once. I don't remember twice. He went through my zone on one occasion, and as I have explained, there was a fighting that broke out there, but I do not recall meeting him twice.
What you said last time, 2 weeks ago, and you spoke of, or you told us that Mr. Selimi came to your zone and fell into an ambush, as you called it last time, right?
That's right, that's how the situation was.
That happened? When did Mr. Selimi come to your zone? Was that in April 1999 or?
In April 1999, I don't recall the exact date. It was mid-April or beginning of April, but it was April 1999.
And apart from this visit, Mr. Selimi never came to you to inspect troops, neither in 1998 when you were battalion commander, nor in 1999 after you became deputy zone commander?
I don't think that he existed or he had been appointed as Inspector General in 1998. Now, if you call it a proper professional inspection, I'm not aware of him conducting such an inspection in our zone. He went through our zone. Maybe he conducted inspections at this brigade level. I'm not aware of this. My conviction is he conducted routine visits and gathering information about the overall situation. And when you say that I would have met him twice, what I said is that there were two brigades he could have met with. My brigade in the Pashto zone and another brigade further up. And this was what I meant when I said there are two brigades that he might have visited. This is my opinion.
It is your conviction that he conducted routine visits and gathered information about the overall situation. My question is, how do you know that? Because he wasn't there. You just met him once, right?
I think that I haven't come across any document, any report proving that he conducted any inspections. This is why I deducted, and this is my opinion, that his visits were routine visits.
All right, we'll have a break at this time, witness. We will be back together at 12 o'clock. And Madam Usher, would you please escort the witness out? Do not talk with anyone about this case, as I've warned you before.
Okay.
All right. All right.
Be seated. Please bring the witness in. All right, witness. Are you hearing okay? All right. We will,
Yes.
go ahead, Judge Barta.
Thank you, Judge Smith. Before witness, I give the floor to my colleague, Judge Metro. I'll just have a few more questions for you. During your cross-examination by the Salimi defense, you further discussed the establishment of the so-called Provisional Government of Kosovo in March and April 1999. And you were asked by counsel for Mr. Salimi, who replaced some of those individuals in the KLA General Staff who became members of the PGOK, the Provisional Government of Kosovo. And you also discussed this with the Veseli defense at the last hearing, but unfortunately we didn't have enough time and it got a bit confusing. So in order to clarify things, I would like to ask you this. Could you tell us more about the relationship between the KLA General Staff and the Provisional Government of Kosovo at the time? If I understood you correctly, you said that none of the four accused here was dismissed or replaced in their positions within the KLA General Staff, and they might have been, and that they might have exercised both roles simultaneously. Is that correct?
I am not aware of any decision existing regarding any positions being vacated and assuming other roles. It is possible that Mr. Cheko made appointments or appointed other people. I do not know them. I know these people. When the provisional government was formed, I had very little information. I only knew that Azem Sula was Minister of Defense, that Hashim Thaçi was the provisional Prime Minister, and that Fatmir Lima was Deputy Minister of Defense. At a later stage, and it would appear that he was appointed later on as a Minister of Public Order. Apart from that, I don't know how they were appointed, what happened to their positions, did they vacate their positions or somebody else, if somebody else was appointed to replace them. Mr. Cheko might know this because he was appointed head Chief of the General Staff on the 17th of April, 1999. Bislim Zurabi was in the Operation Arrow before that. So this is the only exact information and something we know for sure.
So to ask you individually, are you or are you not aware that Mr. Thaçi was dismissed from or replaced in the General Staff after he became Prime Minister of the Provisional or in the Provisional Government of Kosovo?
In my opinion, none of them returned to the General Staff, and none of them met with the zone commanders after the Rambouillet conference. And this is an indignation I have. Why the entire General Staff was suspended. I only knew about the existence of Agim Cheko, and I didn't have any information as to the presence of anyone else in the General Staff. In a certain way, we were left on our own.
In relation to Mr. Salimi, are you aware or are you not aware that he was dismissed from or replaced in the KLA General Staff after he became Minister of Public Order in the Provisional Government of Kosovo?
I am convinced that somebody must have replaced him there, but I do not know who was that person. I don't have such information. I don't know which Salimi you're referring to. Please, could you please specify whether we're talking about Suleiman Salimi or Recep Salimi?
Salimi.
To my knowledge, Recep Salimi was Minister of Public Order in the Provisional Government, and I do not know if somebody replaced him at the General Staff or if his position was left vacant.
According to the prosecution, became chief of the Kosovo Intelligence Service or Minister of the Intelligence Service in the Provisional Government of Kosovo. Was he dismissed or replaced in the KLA General Staff? If you know.
I do not know the exact date when the Intelligence Service of Kosovo was formed. I considered it to be the intelligence counterintelligence structure and service until the 12th of June. I do not know when the intelligence service as such was formed.
So you cannot say whether Mr. Vesili was replaced or whether he was dismissed from the KLA General Staff. Is that your testimony?
That's correct. Mr. Veseli can answer exactly when. And the Chief of Staff, Agim Cheko, they can say if somebody was appointed there. Word has it that somebody was there, but I don't know who that person might have been.
What about Mr. Krasniqi, Jakub Krasniqi? Was he dismissed or replaced in the KLA General Staff as far as you know?
To tell you the truth, I learned here about his role in the provisional government, meaning that he was the spokesperson of this provisional government. The last time I saw Mr. Krasniqi was on the 20th or 22nd of January 1999, and this was in the courtyard of the General Staff.
Not aware that he was dismissed or replaced in the KLA General Staff. Is that right?
With respect to your question, the two parts of your questions, whether these people were replaced when they joined the provisional government, we don't have any knowledge. This matter was not discussed at the zone level. They proceeded as they deemed necessary and reasonable. We didn't have any access to such information.
Referring to page 10325 and the following of the transcript, and that concludes my questioning. Thank you very much, witness. I have nothing further.
Thank you, Judge Barta. Judge Mitro.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge Smith, and good afternoon, witness. I'd like to start with following up on something Judge Barte asked you. I think he asked you a couple of times whether, to your knowledge, Adem Demaci ever became a member of the General Staff, and I'm not sure that we got an answer to that question. So can you please tell us whether, to your knowledge, Adem Demaci ever became a member of the General Staff?
as far as I know, and it is my opinion that he would have been the leader of the general staff, because if we reflect the war and the KLA in a civilian situation, the president and the prime minister are more important than the head of the army. So in this case, he was the #1 representative of the army. This is how I perceive it, and I think this is how it should be.
So I'll ask the question a fourth time, but to your knowledge, did he ever become a member of the general staff?
I am convinced that yes, and he led the war policies.
Something the Thaçi defense and the prosecution ask you about, and this is about the lists of collaborators. Do you recall discussing this subject?
Can you please be more specific, Your Honor?
Telling the prosecutor that during the war you saw, and I use your expression, many lists of collaborators. Do you recall saying that?
No, I didn't say many lists. I received one such list in the battalion of Budakovo. It was torn. And another list was shown to me by the specialist prosecutor. I could not identify who had compiled that list. I couldn't recognize it. There was no signature. There were many names in it, indeed.
Second, but in what is exhibit P707, part 5, page 7, you are recorded as saying, I was many times given lists of people considered as collaborators. Is that inaccurate?
It is not possible that this happened on many occasions. It is possible, however, that somebody brought a piece of paper with 2 or 3 names that a soldier would have obtained from somebody in the street. The reality is about those 2 lists we just mentioned.
More than 2 occasions when you saw search lists. That's your evidence, correct?
Correct.
Recall an occasion where you were handed such a list by the village council, is that right?
That's right.
Like, was it handwritten? Was it typewritten? Tell us what you recall of the form, first, of that document.
It had been handwritten using a pen on a sheet from a notebook.
Names on that list, is that right?
Yes, I did recognize names because they were my co-villagers.
You recall approximately, of course, featured on that document?
About 16 or 18 persons.
Is our understanding correct that you understood these people to be suspected collaborators of the Serbian authorities?
Knowing the persons, I knew for a fact that they could not be collaborators, and I knew that they could not have harmed anyone there in the community, in the village, or in the surrounding areas. And given this fact, I did not accept the list, and I did not agree to consider them collaborators, and that's the reason why I teared the piece of paper up.
Come back to what you did, but my question is, perhaps wasn't very clear, but those who handed you the list, they suspected that these individuals could be Serbian collaborators. Is that a fair proposition?
Yes, that's correct. They suspected that those people were collaborators because amongst these people, there were people owning shops, taxis, vehicles. They had access to the Serbian people. They had contacts with them. because according to these people, they were eating together, spending time together, and that's the reason why they were considered as collaborators. This is how they came to this conclusion. But that was not the truth, at least in my point of view, that was not true.
At least.
Yes, correct.
It's because, as I understand it, you were concerned that harm could otherwise be done to these people. Is that fair?
That was my concern. So those people could have morally been harmed, and I just didn't want those lists to end up into the hands of other people, and so that they could be used for revenge or for other purposes, because I didn't see it fair. In a point in time when you target someone as a collaborator, you are not only targeting a certain individual, but you are instead targeting their nephews and their friends and their family, and that's the reason why I tore the piece of paper down.
And I suppose that fellow villagers could be physically harmed as well, right? Those who appeared on that list.
Yes, I feared that as well. I feared that somebody out of revenge could harm somebody, and I just wanted to stop these types of events, be it within the KLA, but also amidst the civilians.
That other than the village council, which you've told us about, the intelligence service, so the ZKZ, was involved in collecting information about collaborators. Is that right?
At that time, there was no ZKZ structure. It was just the beginning of the war. Therefore, there was no structure in place back then.
The question of structure in a moment, but I want to read to you what you said, and it's again Exhibit P707, Part 5, page 9. You ask this: to your knowledge, were ZKZ officials involved in the collection of information with regard to lists of collaborators? I believe they had evidence, but I'm speaking about myself. And I was speaking about the first part of the war when I was battalion commander. Otherwise, afterwards, it was not my responsibility. But I believe that they kept notes. So, do you wish to change that account, or do you accept that they were keeping what you called notes on suspected collaborators at the time?
No, I don't want to change that, Your Honor. I just want to make a distinction between the different phases. If we're talking about the beginning of the war, there was no intelligence and counterintelligence unit. But if we talk about after the 1st of April 1999, I can tell you that there was an intelligence and counterintelligence unit. That's the correct statement. But you have to be cautious. You have to distinguish two different stages or phases.
I can guarantee you that. What I'm asking you is whether, to your knowledge, the intelligence service or ZKZ, and I will split my question in two, whether they kept notes on collaborators. Forget about the dates. I'm going to ask you about the date in a second. So, yes, did they keep notes on collaborators, to your knowledge?
I don't know on whether they have kept notes or saved the notes, but what I know is that such notes have ended up in many commands. I don't know whether they have kept any notes of their own or if they have kept those notes. They were not obliged to keep such notes. What they had to do was to discover the weaponry of the enemy, their attacks, their location. These were the kind of stuff that they were responsible for.
Notes on collaborators for the time being. Now, what is your evidence? To your knowledge, these notes that you mentioned in your SPO interview, and again, to your knowledge, of course, when did the intelligence service or ZKZ started taking notes on collaborators? And I'm speaking of your zone, of course.
There was no specific date. as when to start taking notes and when to end taking notes, or if notes were to be taken or if notes were not to be taken. I can't say.
That might help us get to an answer there. Can the registry please bring up exhibit P711 MFI? So do you recall being shown that list by the SPO in your testimony 2 weeks ago?
I can't see it completely, but I think this is the list that I saw.
I will take one page at a time over the course of my questions, so don't worry about the other pages. But I think you identified 5 individuals on this list under number 24, 25, 53, and 54, and 58.
24 and 25, these are 2 numbers I can't see in this page.
Registry, please go to the next page. So first 24 and 25. Imer Bitici, Jakub Bitici. Do you recall identifying?
Yes. Yes, I do.
If you look under 53 and 54, Latif Dula with his son Glauk Dula.
Yes.
The 58, Cherim Buzala.
Yes.
That on the
Yes.
considered to have collaborated with Serbia. Is that fair?
Yes, that's fair. Cherim Buzala used to be a police person. So he served at the Yugoslav service, whereas Latif Dula was a high inspector of the Yugoslav intelligence service in Prizren. He tortured myself while I was present. Vesel Latifi was helping him as well. He tortured me as well, and he was the chief of the intelligence service in Prizren and the surrounding area. He served in that post for more than 10 years, 11 years if I'm not mistaken. So you told me not to mention the names, but I think that it's good that you mentioned the names altogether.
Now, do you know what happened to these 5 individuals during the conflict?
I know that Vesel Krasniqi died after the war. I met him after the war. I didn't want to take revenge on him. I could do that because I still had the weapons by the time that I met him, but that was not my cause. So our aim was not to take revenge on people because we knew what the situation was in Bosnia. We didn't want to fall in the conditions, of Bosnia or in Palestine, and that is the reason why we didn't want to end up in that situation. We never took revenge during the war, after the war, or at any point in time. Latif Dula is still alive. He lives in his house as well. And again, in this case, I didn't want to take revenge on him. About Cherim, I met him 10 years ago. I'm talking here about Cherim Buzala. Cherim Buzala explained to me that he was beaten up. And he told me that somebody beat him up in Shkodra. He was in a wedding in Shkodra, Albania, and he was tortured by someone. He ended up in the hospital. So he asked for a coffee with me. We had a coffee together in my village. I had no hatred against him. I had nothing personal with him. And we had that coffee. So he was very respectful towards myself. And he told me that if I knew you in person, I would have joined you in the war. And I told him, well, you should have done that. And that's all I know about him.
If we can turn to the next page in both languages, please. It suggests that this is a list of suspected persons. Is your understanding identical, that these people would have been listed because they were suspected of something?
Somebody has come up with this list as a name and as a person. I know this person, Lucy Badala. He donated a jeep to me during the war, and I have driven this jeep up until the end of the war. Jamali Shashvari is somebody that I've heard by the name, but I don't know him in person. Bineri is somebody else that I have heard as a name, but I don't know him in person. Isuf Halimi, I don't know him either. I don't know where you found this list, whereas the person that is under 61 is a very good person. We still have a very good relationship with him. He still is alive. He comes from Jure, the village of Jure.
On this list, but for the time being, can you tell us how this list compares to the list you received from the village council?
No, they are not from my village. They are not from the surrounding villages either. They are from far afield. One is from Apoya, the other is from Jure. The others, I don't know where they come from.
The list that you have in front of you, how does it compare, first in terms of form or style, with the list you told us you had received from the village council, the list of collaborators? Is it similar? Is it different? Anything you observe?
This list is printed. It contains numbers as well, whereas the list that we received from the village council was handwritten. This is a minor distinction, I think, but that's what I can tell.
When you talked to the prosecutor, you drew the conclusion, or you adopted the opinion, that this list must have been prepared by the ZKZ or the intelligence service. Do you recall telling them that?
No. The list that I saw before, and now that I'm looking at these names, I can tell that this list has come from someone that was serving the secret service of former Yugoslavia or former policeman. So Nasemi Mulabazi probably might be one person that have compiled this list, because he served the Yugoslav service and he joined Brigade 124. This is what I said.
I'll read to you what you said. It's again Exhibit P707, Part 6, page 2. You're being asked this: is that what the lists that you received looked like? And your answer is no, this is written in order. This should have been written down by a counterintelligence sector or somebody making an official note of this. My notes that I've seen were little scraps of paper. Question: what makes you think that this would be coming from a counterintelligence or somebody was making a formal note? Because it is in order. It's good handwriting. It's something which it looks in order. It can be read. So are you changing your suggestion that you made to the office of the prosecutor, that it looks like something that came from the counterintelligence sector or somebody making an official note?
I don't want to change anything, so if that is what you have, let it be like that. But I think that somebody from the Yugoslav Secret Service did that, not somebody from the counterintelligence service. But if the prosecutor says that that's the right version, I mean, you can take it as is. My opinion, though, is what I told you now.
The Serbian or Yugoslav, you said secret services drew up this list. What's the basis for that suggestion?
The basis of my suggestion is knowing the names, and based on the principle of work, the way on how the people are listed down in that list. Based on that, I've come up to the conclusion that somebody from within the service knew these people this well, because the intelligence and counterintelligence service might have come up with one name, two names, or three names, but not this type of list with so many names in it.
Who do you recall performing intelligence or counterintelligence functions within your zones in the early stage of the war, June, July, August? Who can you name that was doing this sort of things?
I've said that already. I've said it several times that there was no intelligence and counterintelligence structure at the time. So there was no structure in place up until 1999. If something of this nature existed or was brought to the commands, they were brought by the civilians in the villages, whereas something like this, the kind of list that we are looking at, that did not exist, because this is a very long list. I mean, there is a long list of names, and you can see that somebody was from Juri, from Opoya, from other areas.
Who, which persons? Now, I'll give you the chance. Give us names, the people you can recall, who were performing intelligence work, including gathering information about collaborators within your zones in the period of June, July, and August of 1998, if you can't recall.
I've already told you. I told you, Your Honor, that we didn't have an intelligence and counterintelligence structure back then. There were no such persons appointed or named to deal with these types of tasks.
Safet Krasniqi.
Yes, as a name, I do know him. I only know that he was part of Brigade 125. Nehat Basha was his commander. About his tasks and functions, that I can't tell anything about. I know that he was a KLA soldier. He was part of Brigade 125, and his commander was Commander Basha.
You told the prosecutor that he was cooperating with the ZKZ. What did you mean to say there?
I don't know on whether intelligence and counterintelligence was developed under Brigade 125. I don't know who S1 and S2 under Brigade 125 was. I know that his name was mentioned and a couple of other names were mentioned as well, but I can't tell anything about his tasks and responsibilities. So we're talking about zone level G2, the general staff level G2, whereas in the S2 level, I can't tell who was the commander of the S2 level.
You've said there, you said you've heard his name mentioned. You've heard his name mentioned in relation to intelligence and counterintelligence activities, correct?
I have only heard his name, but I don't know anything about his role.
I'll ask you again when, in part 4 of your SPO interview, that's P707, you said that Safet Krasniqi was cooperating with the ZKZ. What did you mean?
I have heard his name, and my opinion was that he cooperated with the ZKZ. On whether he was part of the structure, he was the chief of the ZKZ or the deputy chief, that I can't know. I don't know. The only thing that I know was that he was joining Brigade 125 under the commander of Commander Basha. That's all.
Ardit or Arditi, right?
I don't remember that, probably.
Well, I think you mentioned to the SPO as you recall them that back then, being members or cooperating with the ZKZ were El Shaban or El Bashan, Shoshai, and Skender Berisha. Is that right? Again.
Yes, I know these people. And I am convinced that they were collaborating with the intelligence and counterintelligence service.
At the brigade level during that period of June and July 98, who was in charge of the intelligence and counterintelligence?
I'm telling you that we didn't have a structure dedicated to intelligence and counterintelligence in 1998. I don't know on whether you are understanding what I'm saying. Probably somebody else has given a different information or testimony, but from what I know, there was no intelligence and counterintelligence structure back in 1998. Probably they served to their commander or to their unit. I don't know how to call that formation, but I can tell you for a fact that that was not an intelligence and a counterintelligence structure.
Knowledge of Ilas Kadoli performing intelligence or counterintelligence functions in 1998 within your brigade?
No. He was never in the intelligence and counterintelligence structure. He was a legal advisor instead, because he graduated in law, and that was his task and responsibility, but he never dealt with intelligence and counterintelligence. I know Ilas Kadoli. I used to know him before the war. I, of course, knew him during the war, and I still know him. So,
intelligence or counterintelligence roles in 1998?
No, in 1998, Your Honor, please don't confuse the stages. In 1998, it was S2. So you're just confusing dates here, 98 with 99.
When I say counterintelligence or intelligence, I include S2, if you prefer that expression. What I mean is people, so that we are clear, people collecting information about collaborators. And I'm not talking about civilians, I'm talking about members of the KLA. Do we understand each other?
Yes, we understand each other very well. But it was not my responsibility to work with G2, S2, or to deal with the collection of information. You can't expect every possible answer to your question because I was not involved with G2. So Ilyas was the legal advisor. You can ask him, you can ask other persons as well. I was not involved in any form or shape with this type of information.
Please bring up Exhibit P651 MFI. And for the record, it's ERN U000-6550-U006598. I'm going to ask you to look at, in effect, two documents together in a moment, sir. I'll start with this one, so that you can situate yourself a bit. It looks to be a notebook, and from its content, as you will see in a moment, it suggests it was prepared by someone from the intelligence service. My first question, and I think I know the answer, but have you seen this document before?
Yeah, of course.
No, I have not. Impacts? So probably this is a document that was drafted after the war, because I have never heard of impacts. I don't know of its existence during the war or after the war.
The 19th of July of 1998. Do you see that?
What datum is so?
Yes, I see the date. I do.
Page U000655 first, please. It's the same in the Albanian. There it describes, and take a moment to read that page. It's not very long, and please tell me when you're done. And sorry for the record, the English is incorrect. It mentions the 19th of July of 1999. It should be the 19th of July of 1998. My first question for you is whether you're aware of this particular incident that is described in there.
No, not at all. So this seems to have happened in some villages near the border with Albania, in Vermica. I have not heard of it. So this should have happened near the border, if it is related to Brigade 128. But the date, 1998, the brigade was not existing back then, so I can't tell anything about this.
Close by.
Brigade 125 was in place, not as a brigade, it was at a battalion level. It was the Vrin 2nd Battalion. Later on, it became Brigade 125. There might have been people from that part of the country.
Aware of incidents of that sort when members of the KLA would go to Albania to obtain weapons and be attacked on their way back?
Usually, we went to Albania to get weaponry, or we bought weapons from the smugglers. But there were cases where we fell into ambush. For instance, in the case of myself coming from Albania on the 28th of September, the guide, Commander Haji Hoti, otherwise known as Commander Leishi, was killed, as well as a white horse that was charged with weapons. Usually these were the types of things that happened when we entered in the country from Albania. There were several incidents of this nature during that time. 283 soldiers or fighters have fell in the border between Albania and Kosovo as they were passing into the border of Kosovo with arms from Albania.
Page 6567 in the English, and I think the Albanian is 6568. And here, sir, you will see an entry from 22nd of July 1998. Tell me when you see it.
20 mars shkruan. It reads 20th of March. I still can't see it in the Albanian version.
8 in the Albanian, apologies. Here you go. Can you see the entry under 22nd July of 1998?
It's not clear if it's 23rd or 22nd. It's hard to read this. But yes, the paragraph is visible.
Guy Dashet was taken in for questioning today by Sami Sulay, Jevat Berisha, Selman Berisha, Elbashan Shoshai, and others. First thing is, do you know who Idajet Siga is? And
No, I don't. I'm hearing this for the first time. I do have a friend who goes by the name of Hidayet Khot, but I have no knowledge about this Hidayet.
Jevat Berisha and Elbashan Shoshai, right? You know who they are?
Yes, Jevat is now a martyr. Elbasan lives somewhere in prison. I don't know his activity or anything. I knew him by name.
Jevat Berisha would have died around or on the 1st of September 98, correct?
The large Serb offensive occurred in the surroundings of Vrin on this 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th of this September. 19 soldiers were killed, including Jevat Berisha, during this offensive.
Who comes under the next entry there, a person by the name of Zlatko Roksanovic. Do you know that person?
No, I have no idea. And I need to clarify a small detail, which is that territorially speaking, Drini and the area of Vrini and the position of my command are 50, 60 kilometers distant and in a rugged landscape. So we never, these reports were never coming to the zone level or to us.
Don't know him to be a Serbian police officer, this person, Zlatko Roksanovic.
No, I can't know him because for the last 10 years I had been in Switzerland. I hadn't been in Kosovo at all. I mean, 10 years prior to the war. I was not in Kosovo at all. Perhaps he was.
6557, please. Should be the same in the Albanian. Can you see the part that starts with dossier Feta Fetahu, 21st of July of 1998?
Yes, I see it.
Know who Feta Fetahu is?
I know a Feta, but not a Feta with the surname Fetahu. I know a Feta, but not Feta Fetahu.
If you may. You see the next line mentions the fact that he is the cousin of Osman Fetahu. And
Yes, I see it.
LDK chairman from Cook is Chaplan Fetahu. Do you see that?
I see it. You skipped one when it said that the chairman for Cook, the LDK, Chairman is Kaplan Fetahu. I don't know. Cook is in the mountains of Shar Highlands. It's a very remote area close to Albania. I have nothing to do with these dates. And so when the Budakova battalion existed, these people were completely unknown to me. I only had approximate information that there was a unit there, but we didn't have any communications. Even after the war, when I was deputy zone commander, I never went there. It's very remote. You have to go, it's almost inaccessible. Even Ahad Basha never had access to that battalion.
Tell us what you know, sir. If you don't know, you don't know. Can you look further down on that page? It refers to an individual called Nasser Arifi, Director of Cook Commerce. You know anything about him?
I see it, but I don't know him. I have absolutely no relations or connections to Cook or Dragash. I've probably been only twice in the last 20 years in that area. I know nobody there.
In your mind for the time being, that of Nasser Arifi from Cook and that of Osman Fetahu from Cook. If we can go to page 6593 for a second. And that would be 6594 in the Albanian. So here it tells us that we have 3 arrest warrants for, and it goes on to name 3 people. Is the second one the person you've mentioned before, as someone you know?
Yes, it's the same person.
Why there would be an arrest warrant for him in July of 1998?
I don't understand this. In my opinion, he's a very good man. He was a good man before the war. He was a good man after the war. I don't know who put his name in here. It would appear that these things were mostly done for personal revenge reasons or personal hatred disputes. It has nothing to do with... I don't know the other two.
We go back to document exhibit P711 MFI, please, for a second. I'm going to go back, sir, to the documents. I showed you a moment ago the documents where you identified 5 individuals who you thought had collaborated with Serbia. Now, if you look under number 1 on that list, there's the name of Osman Fetahu from Cook. Does that appear to be the same individual who we discussed a moment ago?
He must be the same, because in both documents it refers to Cook, the place, the location, so it's the same.
Is to the next page, that would be 7855. Can you look at number 35, please? Does it look that it's the same man as we discussed a moment ago, Nasser Arifi from Cook?
It's the same location, but not the same person. Perhaps it's the same Nasser we saw in the other document. Yes, it's the same indeed.
Page, please. Oh, I'm sorry, to the, it would be the last page of the document. The previous page, please. Apologize. And here under number 61, can you confirm that this is the same person, the same individual?
Yes, he's from Jour, Ulusi Badalay, Jour. It's the same person, number 61.
And can we please go to page 7855, backwards in this document? Can you look at the names under 36 and 37 there? There's Hassan, father name Ristem or Rustem, Krasnichi, agent, and a Nesir or Nezir Sahitai from Chifyak. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Either of these individuals?
No, I don't know the names. I know Hassan Rustemi was killed after the war. I don't know who killed him, but I know it was reported in the media and the newspapers. It was still a time when we had newspapers in Kosovo. We don't have them anymore. Hassan Rustemi was killed somewhere in Zerdz, at the marketplace. I don't know the other one, Nazir Sahideh.
And if you can go and look at number 41, there's a Pal Morina, and I'll spare you the name of the village, but do you know that individual?
No, I don't.
We go back.
The village is in the area of Jakova, the Dukajin part. Shall I say the name of the village? Perhaps I shouldn't, but I don't know Palmorina. I know a Palpalusa who's a martyr, but I don't know this one.
Exhibit P651 MFI. That's the same notebook I showed you a moment ago, sir, and I'll ask the registry to go to page 6569 in the English, and I think it's 6570 in the Albanian. I think in the Albanian it should be 70. It should be the next page, I think. Thank you. Can you look under, thank you. In the Albanian version, there's a name that's underlined. That's Hassan, father's name, Ristem Krasnichi. Can you see that?
Yes, I can. It's better, it's easily read in the English version, but I see it.
And we saw on the other document a second ago.
Yes, it's the same person. It's the same person.
And it goes on to speak here of Azem Berisha, who was a thief who collaborated with the Serbs, and he lives in Bayramçur at Nezir Sahiti's home. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Does it look like the same man, Nesiasariti, that we saw under number 37 in the list I showed you a moment ago?
I don't know, I'm not certain. We saw an Zamberisha there, but it reads here that he was a thief. In the other one, he was on the list of the spies. I don't know. I don't know. It could be the same.
7-4 in the English, and it would be 7-5 in the Albanian. And here, if we can go a bit further down in the Albanian, thank you. Can you locate a passage that starts with Bi Gashi? Can you see that? It says this, Bi Gashi, he had a close relations with Skender Kriesiu, member of the Prizren Hunter Association, and owns a weapon with a license from the Prizren SPB. He had and continues to maintain contacts with the Česko brothers, who are suspected of dubious activities in recent months in the Tuzuc neighborhood. Now, do you know who Bi Gashi could have referred to here in this document? I'll ask you in that way. Do you know a Bayram Gashi?
No, I don't know him. Bayram Gashi was another person. He was a fighter, political prisoner. I don't know this one. He seems to have had an authorization from the Ministry of Interior Affairs of Serbia. I do not know, however, who drafted this letter, and it's very difficult to read here.
That's 7856. Here it says that Mr. Baskim Krasniqi, son of Jeme, can testify about their activity. Also, Bi Gashi had contacts also with Pal Morina, owner of Tifan cafeteria in Prizren, who lives in Grazdanik village. Does that look like the person we saw on the list? I think it was under number 61 a moment ago.
It seems to be the same person, Bi Gashi, Bayram Gashi. Now, I don't know who were the people to reach such conclusions.
And further in that same page, it refers again to Hasan Krasniqi, son of Rustem, who we saw a moment ago. Is that right?
Yes, it's the same person.
Document, thank you. Can we go back to Exhibit P711 for a second? And to the last page, please. That would be the next page, please. Now, can you have a look at the bottom right-hand corner of the Albanian, sir? Do you see a signature there?
Yes, and we also saw it before during my testimony. I could not distinguish the handwriting. This was part of the list I identified earlier.
We have a date there, 1998, correct?
Yes, it reads 98.
And the name you see there, to the extent you can, could it perhaps be Berisha?
The second part looks like it, but the first letter I don't know. But the second part might be Berisha.
In July of 1998, within what would become the Pastrik zone, how many Berishas did you know operated with the ZKZ/intelligence/S2? How many of them did you know?
I know many Berishas, not within the ZKZ. We mentioned before Skandar Berisha in relation to the ZKZ. Could this be Skandar Berisha? Otherwise, I don't know. It doesn't look like that. We can see clearly Berisha, 98, so it could be him.
Now, if you can recall, do you recall what Javed Berisha's nickname was at the time?
No, I don't know who had the nickname Javed Berisha. I don't remember this pseudonym.
My question was poorly asked. Do you recall what the nickname of Javed Berisha was?
I don't know who Javed Berisha is. Maybe you think Javad Berisha. Javed Berisha, I don't know any Javed Berisha.
I apologize for it. I'm meaning Jevat Berisha. Do you know his nickname as Sokol or Sokoli? Are you familiar with that?
I am not certain. He died early on the 1st or 2nd of September 98. We never had any contact in person with Javad or his battalion. But it is possible, I wouldn't know.
To as Sokol or Sokoli, and never saw any documents that referred to him as Sokol or Sokoli.
No, I never saw it. I wouldn't have forgotten if I saw him, because he's now a martyr. He's a hero, so I would have remembered him.
Something you discussed with Mr. Emerson for the Veseli defense, and it's about terminology. And I want to be sure that we are on the same page on that topic. So let me summarize what I understand to be your evidence, and if it's incorrect or incomplete, please say so. So until such time when the provisional government of Kosovo was set up, the proper terminology to refer to those doing intelligence or counterintelligence was ZKZ, or counterintelligence. That's what they were referred to as, correct?
Correct, you're right.
And during that period, and I speak again before the PGOK, they were also sometimes referred, as you did here, by the number G2, J2, S2, correct?
Not the provisional government. They didn't have these codes. But within the KLA, there were G2, J2, S2, so based on the rank, but the provisional government didn't have these.
The provisional government was set up, the name was then changed to SHIK, is that right?
I only heard theoretically about SHIK. I never had access or any connection. I never knew how it functions. I didn't know that Kadri Veseli was the head of SHIK. I learned when SHIK was dismantled because it was not functioning properly, and it was said that this was a secret service that had been working for a fairly long period of time. But I don't know when it was formed, and I don't remember the date of its dismantlement. But I do know it was dismantled shortly before or around the date of independence.
After the provisional government is set up, the intelligence and counterintelligence service is, or should be, by then referred to as SHIC. Is that right?
That's right, correct.
What we've seen, and again, correct me if that's an incorrect proposition, what we've seen is that a number of people, including Halil Chadraku, were somewhat confused about terminology, and they referred to SHIC even in March of 1999. Is that right?
You're right. The majority of people, including in the civilian population and the assembly, thought that this would be either a joint service with Albania, that of Albania, or would be similar. Initially, it was not clear whether we would go towards independence or towards a union with Albania, so this was confusing to many people.
And what was confusing as well, and again, I'll try to summarize your evidence, is the fact that people would sometimes refer to as intelligence as information. Is that right? In some of the reports, that's how intelligence would be referred to.
Yes, informative information, you're right. So informants, those who provide information, but being unable to define information, informator, or members of these structures, people don't know, the majority of people don't know about these structures. You're absolutely right.
The transcript is stopped. Is that what you were raising for? Okay. Okay. I think we're ready to go again. No, didn't get that. All right, we'll break for lunch now, rather than, so that we can get it back up and running properly. So we'll be back here at 2:30. Madam Court Officer, you can escort the witness out. Witness, we'll take a break for lunch. Please don't speak to anyone about the case. All right, we're adjourned until 2:30.
All right. All right.
Be seated, please. Madam Court Officer, please bring the witness in.
February of 1999, when Nekshmi Krasniqi was appointed to be the head of the military police, then I understood you to say something slightly different to Judge Barté in response to his questions this morning. So I want to give you another opportunity to tell us what your evidence is on that point. Are you saying there was no one performing military police functions within the zone until February of 1999? Or are you saying something slightly different, which is those who were performing those functions had not been formally structured into something called the military police? Can you explain to us which of these accounts is yours? Or another one?
Your Honor, neither the first option or the second one do not stand. What I was saying is that there was no intelligence and counterintelligence service up until that moment in time. I was not talking about the police at all. The police itself was structured after the arrival of Nekshmi Krasniqi in the area. The Budakova zone was the only zone that had a police structure.
Your account is, other than the Budakova battalion, of which you were the head, the 2nd Battalion, there was no military police performing functions within the zone until February of 1999. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, I will first ask you about your own documents, and then I'll move on to the broader area of your zone. But can the registry bring up exhibit P722, please? And for the record, it's ERN U000147. Sir, do you recall being shown that document during your interview with the SPO?
Yes.
Used to be an order, or it's called authorization in English, by yourself, Sadiq Ali Tiaha. It's dated the 5th of September of 1998, and it is by the battalion commander to Budakove. And the authorization goes to the military police from the Budakove to collect weapon for the KLA in Krajkovec village. Are you the author of that document?
Yes.
Is it what it purports to be? It's an authorization or an order from you to the military police to perform a task, namely to collect weapons?
Thank you very much for your question. I will try to explain it as much as possible. And once again, thank you very much for showing this document to me and for bringing up this case. This is an authorization for the village of Grikovs so that they could send it to the Yugoslav army. And I wanted the Yugoslav police to think that we were about to collect the weapons of the village of Grikovs, because otherwise they tortured the villages of Grikovs, Salabrads, and they would collect the weapons forcefully from the villagers. So this is not for the police of the KLA, but this is something that is addressed to the Yugoslav police. This is an alleged authorization of myself that I have collected all the weapons of this village, which was not true because they handed over the weapons themselves. There was no need for me to go and collect weapons there. Thank you very much for bringing this up. Thank you for that.
To summarize your evidence, if I understand it properly, this document is not what it seems to be on its face. It's a fake order for a fake seizure of weapons that you created with a view to mislead the Serbs. Do I understand that correctly?
Correctly. Yes, I wanted the population to be saved. I just didn't want the Serbian police to ask for weapons from the population. That's what it was.
In your account, then the stuff from Grekovc would have gone to the Yugoslav postal service and posted this document to someone?
No. Whoever from the villages of Grekovs, the idea for it was to put it in the postal box. I asked for them to be as cautious as possible so that they could not be identified. So the idea after this document was to make sure that the villagers were not beaten up and were not tortured in order for them to be taken weapons from. So this is the first instance, this is the first letter that I've issued for the village of Grikos, but there was another instance that I intervened because all the villagers were tortured. All the families were subjected to tortures by the Serbs.
So you were hoping that in the middle of the war in Kosovo, someone would place this order of yours in the mail and that the Serbian security apparatus would find it. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, that's the reason why I wrote this authorization, and I think that I have served the population of this area greatly, because the violence of the Serbs was tremendous during that time.
P723, please. And that, sir, on its face, it's called a certificate in English, appears to be a report in execution of the order that we saw a moment ago on its face, correct?
Yes. This was the second document that I was referring to before, because they were afraid, because if they were going to ask them how many weapons have you collected, and what was the procedure for doing that. I mean, this is the second certificate that is related to the first document. So this is a backup for the first document, if you will. And we say that we have collected 25 semi-automatic weapons, and these numbers are not accurate, of course. It's just imaginary figures or numbers.
So it's part, in your account, of the same plot to mislead the Serbian security apparatus. Is that right?
The same.
To the mailbox somewhere and dropped it in the mailbox for the Serbs to find.
Yes, that was the idea. And I'm very happy to have saved some people from being tortured. I told them that whatever they tell you, tell them that the KLA took the weapons from you, and tell them that the KLA did forcefully take the weapons from you.
Piece of these two documents in your archives, is that correct?
Yes. We kept copies. I don't know whether I still have a copy of it or not.
Can we please see exhibit P303? And sir, that's an excerpt from Zeri I Kosoves, dated 5th of November 1998. And if we could go, please, to the next page in the English, and it should be the same page in Albanian. Can you see at the top of the page, sir, an article that pertains to press release number 4 of the KLA Military Police Directorate? Can you see that?
Yes, I see it well.
So it looks like it's a press release, number 4 of the KLA Military Police Directorate, and it's dated the 1st of November of 98, Pristina, and attributed to the Kosovo Liberation Army Military Police Directorate. Now, giving you a second to acquaint yourself with the content of the document, just read through it and tell me when you're done.
Unë e lexova me dy çështje.
Well, I just read it, and I don't agree with two issues because on the 4th of December there was no military police, and the content of this document is totally new to me. During that time, I was still in the battalion of Budakova. From the 15th of December, I was at the zone level. This is some sort of a strange information to me, so this is the first time for me to see this document.
You've answered my first question. Is you're not familiar with this press release, correct?
Jo.
No.
With the incident that it recounts, namely the arrest of two LDK activists, Cendescu and Jakub Castrati.
Nuk kam dieni as s'kam pas asnjë.
I'm not aware. I never had information about them. About Remzi Hoxha, I've heard about a trial in Prizren, but I didn't know anything back then, nothing at all.
This release is attributed to the Kelly Military Police Directorate. Were you aware of the existence of a military police directorate at the general staff level in November of '98?
Jo vetë që nuk
I have no information, and theoretically speaking, I can't gather that there was a military police directorate at the time. Later on, yes, but at that time, I'm sure there was no military police directorate. Somebody might have written this document on the name of the police just to cause fear onto someone or to evoke a certain feeling, but that information is not correct.
The first paragraph in that document says that the military police of the operative subzone of Pastrik on 30 October 1998 arrested the two individuals in questions. Do you know anything about that?
gabimisht është ose qëllim.
That's mistakenly written that way because there were no subzones back then. The zone was established in January. There were no subzones. I don't know why somebody has used these big names, probably to have some impact, some propaganda purposes, or some psychological impact. I don't know the reason for that.
In the military police aspect of it, because here it suggests, doesn't it, that there's military police in the Pastrik zone in October of '98, which is inconsistent with your account, correct?
Por ata po më duk.
And that's why it seems like strange to me. There was no military police at the time. The reason as to why there is an involvement of the military police here, I don't know that. So probably there was a propaganda reason or because they wanted to fear someone. They have put a name to a structure that was not existent back then.
But as you said, you have no idea about who arrested these individuals, correct? You don't know.
Ja nuk e di, po nuk.
I don't know, and I don't know who has written this paper.
Of the KLA intelligence service during their activity against the KLA liberation war, and it goes on and on. The question I have for you is, are you aware that people were being arrested by the military police in 1998 based on information received from the intelligence service? Or is it again something you're not familiar with?
Nuk kam dieni edhe.
I'm not familiar with. From the document, I see that this is something that was written in Pristina. It was written on the 1st of November 1998. Probably somebody has issued some communication from the train station or for some other place in Pristina. I don't know the purpose of this document. I'm not familiar with this and I can't tell you anything about it.
Registry, please bring up a document that's ERN 083227 to 083248-ET. Sorry, this is a report that was prepared and written by then Assistant Commander of the 123 Brigade, Sadri Emer Lahu. Do you know that individual?
The name should be Sadri Emer Lahu. However, I don't think that he has written this document, so there is no date. I don't know what it contains.
1313, that's ERN 083239, and I understand you speak a bit of English.
Very little. I understand French very well, though.
You can see here it's attributed to Sadri Emer Lahu. Do you see that?
Sadri.
Yes, Sadri. I see the name, yes.
Back to the first page, please. And if we go to the bottom of the page, it's in effect. So let me ask you this: Have you seen this report before that was prepared by Mr. Emer Lahu?
No. No. If I were the brigade commander, if I were in the zone, I would have seen it, but I don't know who he has written this document for.
Tell us what his function or functions was or were in 1998 within your zone, if you can recall.
In 1998, everything was at the level of the battalions up until the end of the year. Then, towards the end of the year, the structures of the brigades started to be completed and the subzones were established. The subzones were established towards the end of January of 1999. So that was how the KLA evolved in our area.
Account, it's the last paragraph on page 1. He says this: as a result and consequences of the much work on the ground and the need of unifying the military factor of the KLA's 123 Brigade was formed. With the merger of these units on, and we turn to the next page, 15 June 1998, the KLA's 123 Brigade is formed in the area of Suareke with this command structure. First question is it correct that the 123 Brigade was created on the 15th of June of 1998?
No, that's not correct. It was established on the 26th of June, because on the same day, the 2nd Battalion of Balakova was established. I didn't happen to be there when these two establishments were formed. I was in Budakova, where the 2nd Battalion was established. In answer to your question, the date was the 26th of June, not the 15th of June.
As follows at that point in time. Blerim Kuchi, and I will come back to him, was appointed brigade commander. Deputy brigade commander Habib El-Shani, chief of staff Hagim Kuchi, assistant commander for intelligence and counterintelligence Ilaz Kadoli, assistant commander for logistics Rouge Digashi, and then assistant commander for the military police is Isuf Krasnichi.
Up to the point where you read it, the fact of the matter is that they deserted, all of them, on the 22nd of August 1998. It is true that they were part of the brigade that was established as a command, but not all the battalions were in place at that time. So where you can read Ilaz Kadoli, I don't know how much Ilaz Kadoli has exercised this role from the 26th of June up until the 22nd of August. So this is a structure under Brigade 123. And all the names, all those that you can read here, deserted and left for Albania on the 22nd and 23rd of August 1998.
So one thing at a time. Do you agree that in June, he says the 16th, you say the 26th, that a military police structure...
Mr. Josh, you got
No, it's the 26th. I can guarantee it with my life. It's on the 26th. It was on the same day that I established the 2nd Battalion. Sadri was with myself. Sadri Morlau was with me in the 2nd Battalion. He was not with the brigade. He went with the brigade when the zone was established. That's a mistake.
I agree that in June of 1998, sometimes in June of 1998, an assistant commander for military police, Isuf Krasniqi, was appointed to that role. Do you accept that, or are you disputing it?
Yes, I agree with that, Your Honor, because I have a document where this was established. It's true as an information, but the date is the 26th of June.
Down the page, please, to the last paragraph on that page. Mr. Emerlau says that the units at the headquarters were also organized and began their formal functioning in the whole territory covered by this brigade. The military police also function within these units at the headquarters. Do you accept his account in relation to the existence and functioning of the military police at brigade level at that time?
No, I don't.
That would only happen months later, right? In 1999.
Yes, correct, later. He has mixed up the stages. He has said something accurate, but the phases, the stages are mixed up.
Can we please go to the next page in that document? And I think, I'm not sure why I'm denying you an Albanian version, sir, but there should be an Albanian equivalent with the same ERN number. And it should be read.
No problem at all. It's okay. So I take whatever you tell me for granted, and I understand it through the interpretation.
I think we have one, but I'll read it to you.
That's okay. You can continue in English. That's fine.
Then, in the first full paragraph on that page, it says that after the grassroots preparation, the 2nd Battalion, headquartered in Budakove, was formed on precisely 26 June 1998. So you're in line with Mr. Emerlau's recollection about when your battalion was created, right?
This is exactly what I said. And now I understand why he mentioned an earlier date. I think that he wanted to give the merits to another battalion before the establishment of the 2nd Battalion, but that was not the case. The 2nd Battalion is the unit, the first unit that was established in Suareka. However, when it comes to the date is accurate.
The intensive organization of this battalion began with continual preparation. Sadiq Ali Tiaha was appointed as the commander of this battalion, and then he goes on to list a number of individuals and their respective positions. Can you confirm whether this is accurate or inaccurate?
That is accurate. If you look at the name of Sadri Emerlau, you can read for yourself that he was part of the 2nd Battalion in Budakova, but that is not true. So I guess you can read it in the first line. So it says Deputy Commander and Chief of Staff of this battalion, Sadri Emerlau, and that was not the case.
His recollection that Musli Chololi was commander of an intervention unit and the military police platoon within your battalion. And that's correct, right?
Yes, but this happened later. That is correct. But that has happened later. That is later from the establishment of the battalion. First, there was a platoon established for quick or rapid intervention. Then that platoon was transferred into a military police. Like I said, this happened later.
Fact, in August of 1998, correct, when Mr. Gemail Reksha was killed, correct? That's when Mus Chololi took over the military police.
Gemail Reja was not with the military police. He was the commander of the first company. He was killed on the 23rd of August, 1998.
Was the one who was performing military police functions up until the time when he was killed in August 98.
No, because there was no military police.
To you what Mus Chololi has said, and I'll ask you to comment on that. He said, I joined the Kosovo, and for the record, this is SITF 0003287. It's a statement of Mus Chololi. I joined the KLA on 15 July 1998, and then I skip a sentence. It says, after the murder of the local commander of military police in Budakovo, Gemail Reksha, in the middle of August 98, I took over that duty. On 24 August 98 was a big battle in the region of the village of Semetiste and some other villages also. 1 week before, approximately 15 to 17 of August 98, a military police, Mus Cherkini, who lived in the village of Savrovo in the morning, approximately 9 to 10 hours, and it goes on to describe an incident. So, by Mr. Chololi's account, he took over the military police responsibilities of Mr. Reksha sometimes in the middle of August of 98. Do you dispute that?
This is not accurate. What is accurate that he took on these functions towards the end of August, and not from Gemail Reja. When Gemail Reja was killed, he was commander of the first company, and he was succeeded by Ismorino after his death. Now, this one found a ready unit for the police, and this man had been deputy police commander in Pristina during the Yugoslav regime, so he was an experienced police officer. He came back to his native village in Budakova. He joined, and I immediately appointed him, which is when the police unit of the Budakova battalion is formed. So he was the leader of the police unit, but he doesn't know who he took this assignment from, because it did not function before that. It did not function as a police unit.
What you just said, that it is you at the end of, or you said, I think, the end of August 1998, who appointed Mus Chololi to his position as head of the military police in your battalion, yes?
Yes, sometime around the 20th of August. I wouldn't know the exact date, but this is the period of time.
Correct to suggest that he served in that function all through the rest of the summer of 98 into the autumn of 98.
I think he had these functions constantly throughout the time until these zones were formed, at which time he got another assignment, which was a training and education of the military police or something like that. However, I do not know exactly because after November 98, I was not in Budakova anymore.
Mus Chololi promoted to be the head of the military police at brigade level, sometimes in early October of 1998.
Later on, it could be, but not at this time. And after this, he was given the task of a instructor of the military police or some similar function. And after the liberation, he was the South commander in prison. Now he's retired.
Understand your own report, and if necessary, we can go through it, sir. But it's SPOE 00226697 to suggest that he would have been appointed to that position sometimes and I mean as head of the military police at brigade level, sometimes in October of 1998. That is before you stopped being the head of the battalion. Is that consistent with your own recollection?
It could be the case. I am not certain. However, this appears to be too early for me. I don't think he went to the brigade level at this moment in time. He went to the brigade at the end of November, and he could not have become a head of the military police there if there was no military police yet in place. So the indicated date in October is too early.
Any documents that would suggest that he was in that position in October and or November of 1998, you would dispute it as being inaccurate, correct?
I am not aware of this. I don't know.
Ask you about another individual who you were asked about by the Thaçi defense, and that's a person by the name of Blerim Kuchi. Do you remember being asked about him?
Yes, I do.
Is it fair to say that, in your understanding, Mr. Kuchi, Blerim Kuchi, deserted his position as commander of the brigade?
Correct.
Fair to suggest that this would be an offense under the regulations of the KLA?
Yes, it was viewed as a desertion.
Mr. Kuchi was arrested and detained for that offense.
No, I'm not aware that he was arrested. This was discussed and talked about. He himself denied it. I don't know. Because the entire staff from Brigade 1, 2, 3 was with Kuchi, so I would have known about the others in that case.
See a couple of documents on this where I want your assistance, sir. It's SPOE 002485507 ET and same ERN for the Albanian equivalent. So take a minute to read it and tell me when you've reached the end of it, or if you need the document to be scrolled down.
It may be a truthful, accurate document, however, it doesn't bear no signature or stamp. And I don't know how Fatmir Limay would have had the right to put here his own name when, to my knowledge, Sokol Bruno was the legal advisor of the General Staff, not Fatmir Limay. It reads here, Fatmir Limay in the name of the police. I don't know, I don't understand. I don't have any information, and I have not seen this document before.
The time, and of course you can only tell us what you know, and if you don't, say so. The first thing is, do you agree that it's a document that comes, as you just pointed out, from the military police? It has a number, 599. It's dated the 16th of January 99, and it's signed by Fatmir Limay. There's no physical signature, as you pointed out, but it's attributed to him. Do you agree with that?
It appears to be like you described it. However, I don't see his signature, I don't see a stamp. I see a protocol number on top of the document, but I have not seen this document before, and I do not recognize it.
On its face, and I'm not asking you to guess, but on its face, it's a decision of detention for Blerim Kuchi from Suareke for a period of 3 days, beginning on 16 January 99, concluding on 18 January 99.
I fully agree with the content in the sense that it is clear and ambiguous, but I don't know whether he was detained and for how long. When Blerim Kuchi was asked this question publicly, he denied it. He said, I was not. Now, I don't know if I am to trust this letter or Blerim Kuchi.
Do you agree, first, as a general proposition, that the military police would have had the authority to detain someone accused of desertion, as in the case of Mr. Kuchi? Do you agree with that?
I am not aware of any such powers of the military police and such authorizations. I am not aware of any other similar cases of any individual being detained by the police for desertion. So again, as you pointed out, the document is very clear, but I have not seen it before.
If one member of your battalion or another member of the KLA committed either a disciplinary offense or, in this case, a criminal offense, who would be responsible to detain him? Would it be the military police or someone else?
I will give you concrete examples. In my battalion, in Budakwa battalion, we did not have the right or the authority to detain anyone, and we did not have any detainees or arrestees. Obviously, if a soldier committed or been a violation or caused some trouble, we would bring the soldier in, we would disarm him, and give him some kitchen tasks or things of that sort. We would remove his weapon and his insignia. These were the measures.
There was no such cases in your area, but if you had to, use your expression, bring in someone, you'd task the military police to bring in that someone, correct?
I don't know this practice. Perhaps it is like that.
You would agree that, again, on the face of this document, this is another example of the military police operating within the Pastric zone before the appointment of Nechmedin Krasniqi in February of 1999. Do you agree? On its face.
On its face, this was before the arrival of Nizhny Krasniqi. However, it is possible that as a group or individuals, I don't know how to explain this, he was somewhere at the staff or outside the staff where he would have worked as a military police. But with respect to my zone and my battalion, it is how I stated it. But the document reads like this, and we saw another document for this that was even more outrageous.
And then there's something called in English a legal notice at the bottom of that document, and he says that an appeal to the investigative judge against this decision is permitted within 24 hours. The appeal does not prevent the execution of the decision. Do you see that?
This is very interesting because I don't know where would they have filed a complaint to. There were no higher instances, there were no judges, no prosecutors, nothing. The only person present there was Sokol de Bruna as a legal advisor. Where would they have filed their complaint unless they would have done this to the Serb before the Serb authorities? It's really very weird. Your Honor, we did not have structures. Where would they complain? There was no law.
Where they went to complaint and what the procedure was, but do I understand your response to mean that you don't know who the reference to the investigative judge is to? In other words, do you know who that person or that authority is supposed to refer to in that document?
All I know is that Sokol Dobruna was the legal advisor to the general staff. I might be naive, but I would have known, I suppose, but I'm not aware of any investigative judge existing there.
SPOE 00232264 265 ET, and that's the same in Albanian, same ERN. And again, I'll give you the time you need to go through that document. I'll go through it with you in a second. Tell us when you need to turn the page, sir.
I read the document up to the reasoning part.
You can have a look at it, and you can see the signature maybe at the bottom as well. Thank you.
Yes.
First page, please. So you agree, sir, that this appears to be an indictment against Blerim Kuchi from the General Military Prosecutor or prosecution, and it's being sent to the military court. Do you agree with that?
That's correct, based on what this document contains. However, I do not know who this Arben is. Arben Seydi, who should have signed the document. I don't know who this person is. I don't know the laws referred to. Law number 1. Are these international laws? Are these Yugoslav laws or laws from another country? I don't know what authority they refer to. There was no general prosecution office, there was no court, and there were no prosecutors. I don't know what did they base their actions on. The Kosovo didn't have any proper laws. If they used Yugoslav laws, then fine. But I don't know who is Arben Seydi and which legal basis did they use for this.
That's 2265. If you look at the first paragraph at the top, it says that the General Military Prosecutor of the KLA, based on Military Police Report 599 of 16 January 1999, presented to the military court a request to execute the investigations and determine the custody on 17 January 1999. Do you agree, sir, that it appears to be a reference to the document that we saw a moment ago, 599?
Everything's fine in theory. In practice, we could have gone on fighting for another 30 years and we wouldn't have been able to establish a general prosecution office, a first instance court, and all these bodies and entities. It's an insinuation. It's unknown to me the purpose or the intention behind this. I am not aware of the existence of any such institutions. And I would certainly know if they existed. I would be aware of them. It's just impossible.
Suggest that you know nothing about these procedures, the various stages of the procedure against Mr. Blerim Kuchi that are described in this document. You know nothing about that?
Not only with respect to the procedures, but also the structure. Everything is incomprehensible to me, absurd. No, at all, absolutely not.
Blerim Kuchi was a member of the LDK, is that right?
From the 90s, everybody was in the LDK. But then some were in the structures who were advocating for an army, others left to Albania. Blerim Kuchi is one of the first men who established a small military unit in Theranda, a unit called Lisi. And then there was simultaneously another unit, Habibi 50, commanded by Lishani. On the 26th of June, they merged and formed the brigade.
Aligned with the LDK, including during the conflict. Do you agree or disagree with that? And it should say he remained aligned, and by he I mean Blerim Kuchi.
I don't know if he continued. However, he had the trust. Undoubtedly, he had the trust of Sokol Bashota because he was appointed as a brigade commander. I don't know if he continued to be in the LDK, and besides, it's not relevant. He was appointed as a brigade commander by Sokol Bashota.
Transcript is frozen again.
Starting again.
starting again.
Is it? Okay, all right. Go ahead then.
Well, isn't it still relevant, sir? Because in the documents that, you call it a statement of 14 of March 99, and I can bring it up if that's of assistance to you, that's the statement you drew with Halil Chadraku. It's exhibit P500. You identify Mr. Thaçi with the leaders of the LDK. Isn't that correct?
I don't think we said he was part of the leading structures of the LDK because I didn't know at the time. I don't know now. He might have been at the time because there was no need. The army and the LDK were not distinct. We had a lot of army officers and soldiers, good ones from the LDK. So this is why I said it was not relevant, because these were not two opposing blocks. There were from the KLA and the LDK, from the LDK and the KLA. Now, it's a different matter if he deserted. The desertion is something else. It's a different violation, but not being a member of the LDK.
So the fact that you mentioned Blerim Thaçi and the leaders of the LDK in your letter is not relevant. Do I understand that right?
I don't know the context in which the LDK was mentioned there. If this was about maintaining the civilian local authority or to establish a wartime military authority, it could be in this context. But being a member or not had no impact. If he did not perform military tasks as he should, then it's a different matter.
I'll read to you what is recorded in your letter, and you can comment on it. It's exhibit P500. It says, and you complain about a lot of individuals who, according to you, are disloyal or underperforming or rather have other shortcomings, and you say this coordination is also aided by Liaison Blerim Thaçi, aka Kitra, while Uke Bichiki, assisted in spreading and preparing the ground in all of the villages of Suareka municipality by creating civilian staff from the leaders of the LDK. So my question was, why would you tie Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Bichiki to the LDK if that was not relevant?
It's correct as you explained it, because creating parallel civilian staffs was in parallel to the military staffs was not an acceptable thing for us. If the war was to break out here, the military takes over the authority. So we didn't need to have two structures that would confront each other and have disagreements. And so in this context, but not because they were members of that party.
SPOE 00248768 to 00248770 should be the same, should be 48769 in Albanian. Are you able to read it, sir?
Just keep it on the screen, please. Yes, now I can see it.
And if we could have the English as well, please. It's SPOE 002488768. Thank you. So this appears to be a duty report. It's dated the 6th of May 1999. It's attributed to the Kosovo Liberation Army, Military Court, Prison Directorate, and it has a number 199. And location, it's Klečka, and the individual, if you scroll the Albanian a little bit, thank you. You can see the signature of the author of the report as that of Agim Zogaj, prison warden. My first question is, do you know who Agim Zogaj is?
I knew the name during the war and now, but I do not know the individual. However, it is surprising to me. Are these detained? Have they been summoned or interrogated? The document seems orderly and it bears his signature.
Says, to answer your question, the report includes the period from 20 February 1999 until 6th of May 1999. Down on the list are registered the persons which were brought in and released during this period. Do you see that?
Yes, I do. I am looking at the list as well. I only know Jakub Remi and Blerim Kuçi from this list, nobody else. And I don't know where these people were detained, where they were kept. Jakub was up to the general staff. He returned back within 5-6 hours. Blerim already said that he was not imprisoned, he was not detained by anyone. That is a public declaration that he made. And the others, I don't know. I can't tell where this detention facility was. I don't know on whether somebody has acted behind our backs. That's a different story.
Again. Are you aware of a detention facility in Klečka in May of 1999?
No, I'm not. That's surprising to me.
Also surprised that Agim Zogaj was the prison warden of that facility. That's not something within your knowledge, correct?
No, it's not. I don't know that, because in order for somebody to serve as a prison warden, there is a need for a prison to exist. There is a need for guards to be there present. There is a need for courts, for prosecution offices. I don't know where he exercised these tasks. Probably he had a shed somewhere. I don't know where he kept these people, and I'm really worried.
Because your account is that there was no prison facility in that area and in your zone in 1998 and 1999.
No, there has not been any prison facility in my area. No. I'm not aware of any detention facility or a prison existing in my area.
The document, it's Blerim Kuçi, and the date that appears on this document suggests that he was brought in this detention facility on the 27th of January of 1999, and it seems from the document he would still have been detained by the issuance of that decision, 6th of May 1999. Do you agree?
According to the document, that's what should be the case. But it's very strange to me, because from what I know, Blerim Kuçi returned in November 1998 from Albania. Therefore, what's the point of detaining him on the 27th of January 1999? Who investigated him? Who did this to him? I can't explain. I don't know.
columns on the remark, it suggests that the process that led to the detention is one based on a court decision. Do you agree with that, on the face of that document?
On the face of the document, yes, this is what it reads. But what court? Except for Sokoldo Bruna, I can't think of anyone else. I haven't heard of anyone else carrying out those duties. Never.
You stated a moment ago that you did not know anything about the court process that was shown to you, correct?
Joo.
No.
Stay in that last column. It says, for example, on the number 1, released by Cheliku. Can you tell us who Cheliku is?
Cheliku is the nickname for Fatmir Limay.
On the number 7, there's a Milan Mitrovic who was detained for about 2 weeks. And he was there either arrested or released by main HQ Luli. Do you know who that refers to, main HQ Luli?
I have no idea. The person who has written this document, he should know the reason as to why he wrote Luli or Cheliku. He knows the explanation to these names, and I can't say anything else about these people. I can't say anything about Fatmir Limay, whose nickname was Cheliku, or I can't say that Luli referred here to Veseli, because there were so many people that were referred by Luli. I'm really surprised by the content of this document.
The same question Judge Barte asked you earlier today. Do you know another Luli in the main HQ of the KLA? Or do you know only one?
In the main office, main staff, no. But I know other people that were referred to by as Luli in the staff of Drenica, in that of Tukajin, and other parts of the country as well. On whether this Luli was Kadri Veseli or not, and on whether this person gave the order to release the person that you referred to, that is not something very clear from the document that is in the screen. The person that wrote the document first, I am not sure on whether he was a prison warden or not. Where was the prison? There was no prison. So this was a document that was just made up.
To answer the simple question I asked you, Mr. Veseli, Kadri Veseli, is the only person whom you know within the main headquarters of the KLA that went by the nickname Luli. Yes or no?
Yes. I know no one else. Probably there was someone else having the same nickname, but I don't know anyone else.
Now, there's a person called Sami Duga who was brought in on the 22nd of April of 1999 and released 5 days later on the 27th of April of 1999 by TENS. Do you know anyone who used that nickname during the war?
No. No, I don't. And so what I can read here is 10. I don't know.
Regular, you said, meetings or encounters with member of the general staff of the KLA, you don't know anyone who at that time was using that nickname. Is that your evidence?
No, Your Honor, there were no regular meetings. I haven't taken part in any of the meetings at the headquarters. I have been staying with them from the middle of December, from the 15th of December up until January, and I don't know anyone having this nickname. I haven't attended the meetings of the general staff. What I've said is that there have been regular meetings at the zone level.
I want to go back to something else you've discussed with the defense of Mr. Vesely, and you answered some question from Judge Barty this morning, but I have to say I'm still not clear what your evidence is, and this document can be taken down. And that has to do with disciplinary regulations of the KLA. I had understood you to say 2 weeks ago that you and I think Noureddin Abazi, and you added one other person this morning, were the authors of these regulations, and that, like Judge Barty, I had understood you to suggest that you had sent them through the office of Adem Demachi, that they were printed, backdated, location changed, and that it became the disciplinary regulations of the KLA. This morning I understood you to say something slightly different, and so I want to give you an opportunity now to tell us what exactly is your account on that point. Are you saying you are the author of the disciplinary regulations that were used by the KLA all through the territory of Kosovo?
I do apologise to interrupt. First of all, that is not what the witness testified on the last occasion. His testimony unequivocally was that these regulations were never used. Secondly, perhaps it would be helpful to the witness, before questions are put on a misleading basis like that, if he could be shown the documents he's being asked to comment on.
Well, Mr. Emerson, keep the comments for later submissions, but I will put the document...
So it's an objection, which I think I'm allowed
to make.
Yeah, but
you don't qualify the objection.
There was no objection listed.
Well, the objection, I object to the form of the question because it's a misleading, inaccurate statement of the evidence.
You'll have an opportunity to ask questions.
I
objection's
object
overruled.
To questions at the appropriate time, when they're deliberately misleading.
The objection's overruled.
Can the registry please put document U009-1596 to -009 U009-1614 ET? So, sir, do you recall being shown these document by Mr. Emerson?
Yes, Your Honor, I do. I wanted to admit this as my document because we have been preparing regulations at the zone level. But when we saw the content of it, which is copy-pasted from a regulation of Albania, and when I saw the signature, Femi Baftiu, that is a lawyer, an experienced one, and given that this was issued by the office of Adem Demachi, that was never put in force because we had our own regulations. I thought, at first time, that it was my regulation, the regulation that I had drafted. But when I saw the content of the regulation, when I saw the seal and the signature of Femi Avdiu, that's not my regulation, and that's not something that has been applied in my zone. If I said that that's my own document, I just saw the title of it, just the appearance of it, not the content of it. But when I saw the content, I saw that that was not what I had prepared. That is copied and pasted from Albania. That's not relevant at all.
And if necessary for anyone, I will read the pages. It's transcript 10198 to 10200. But I want to be clear now what you are telling us. Are you accepting that the document you now have in front of you, you are not the author of that document? Do you accept that, or are you disputing it?
This is not a document of the Pashtric zone. I have no connection whatsoever with this document. I have not applied that. I have not seen this document before. This is a document that was introduced first by Mr. Emerson. When I saw it at first sight, I thought that it was from my zone. But when I saw the content, it was clear that I had no connection whatsoever with this document. Femi Baftiu has signed it. There is a stamp on it as well, Pristina, the office of Adem Demace. And I don't know what is not clear about this document. If I made any mistake, then I am to be blamed for it, but this is the reality. I'm telling you the truth.
Surely you are aware that there was a disciplinary regulation in force within the KLA as a whole as early as 1998, correct?
No, there was no such document in 1998. In 1999, we had a regulation at the zone level. About the whole of the KLA, I don't know. I don't think that there was such a regulation in force.
The registry, please bring up P613, please. Exhibit P613. So take a second to acquaint yourself with that document. Now, first question, have you seen that document before, sir?
No, I have not. I can read that it has the name of Bislim Zerapi, but I can't see a signature by Bislim Zerapi. One of the names I know, this Vaid, there was a person that was supplying Budakova with weapons. That's all I know about him. I see the document and I see that there is the name of the general staff head, Bislim Zerapi, but like I said, it's not signed. I haven't seen this document before. I don't know based on what regulation this decision is issued. I don't know.
One thing at a time. Do you agree that it appears to be a verdict in a disciplinary process and that the verdict or decision is signed by Bislim Zerapi in his capacity as Chief of Staff of the General Staff? Do you agree with that?
I totally agree, because it is written properly. It might as well be such a decision, but the fact of the matter is that I can't see any signature, and the best person to explain the content of this document is him. It's not my task to evaluate the tasks that were performed by Bislim Zerapi, I think.
This, in your knowledge of how the KLA functioned, do you agree that the KLA General Staff, Chief of Staff, Colonel Bislim Zerapi, had disciplinary authority? Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree. He had organizational authority, disciplinary authority. He was entitled to give orders. Yes, I agree with that.
Reasoning, you will see that in the first paragraph it says that the individual concerned by the process, Mr. Morina from Vraniac, was detained because of the disciplinary offense set forth in Article 17, line 1.1 of the Regulation on the Disciplinary Responsibilities of the KLA and was sentenced to 25 days in prison. Can you see that?
Yes, I see that. But it's not probable, it's not possible. Well, 25 days in prison, how is it possible to keep this person in 25 days? Because we never were located in the same position. As a KLA, we were moving within the week. Therefore, it's not possible, it's not probable. This is a document that was probably written by somebody else, although the name here is Bislim Zurabi. Probably it would be best to ask Mr. Zurabi about it.
Agree that on 10 December of 1998, there's a decision here in front of us that contains two references to the regulation on the disciplinary responsibilities of the KLA. Do you agree with that?
First of all, I don't agree that there was a regulation in force in 1998. Second of all, I don't agree that there was a prison and that you could keep a prisoner for 25 days in prison, because there was no such thing as a prison. Now, how we came up to this document, that I don't know. Probably you have to ask other people about it. And again, this lady here, Vilsa Mali, I don't know her.
Of no prison and of no disciplinary regulations within the KLA in 1998, correct?
Correct. I have no knowledge. And that's the reason why in 1999 we were obliged to draft the regulations ourselves.
Can we see document IT-05-87 P02464E, and there's an Albanian equivalent with ERN K0535480. You will have the Albanian.
I don't have the Albanian version.
It's being looked for. So take a second to read through it. So, sir, this is an order from Commander Ekrem Reksha Drini. It's dated the 1st of February of 1999. And do you agree that on its face, again, it appears to order disciplinary measures against a member of the KLA? Do you agree with that?
I don't believe that Drini has issued orders to detain someone. He was not such kind of a person. He was a very well-educated person. He was very respectful. He showed a lot of respect for the civilians, for the people. And what it reads here is that Hassan Obey has to be detained for 48 hours. I don't know who this person was. Probably somebody has written this piece of paper, but not Drini, I'm sure for that. About the signature, I'm seeing the signature here, but I don't recognize it as being Drini's.
Do you agree that, again, this document, which is dated the 1st of February of 1999, makes reference to the disciplinary regulations of the general staff of the KLA? Do you agree with that? That's the basis on which this order is being made. Do you agree?
Yes, I agree. Yeah, but it can be read like based on the regulation of the Pastrik area. Or probably there was a regulation at the KLA General Staff that I was not aware of. But I don't know who has written this document, who has authored it, and who has signed it. So at the time, there was a regulation of the zone about the General Staff. I don't know whether the General Staff already had a regulation in force.
You've never seen that order before, correct?
No, I have not seen this order before.
Measure is a person by the name of Hassan O. Bej. Do you see that?
I have never ever heard this last name. I have heard of the first name, Hassan, but Obey, this is the first time for me. I don't know who this person might be. There are no such last names in Kosovo. Yes, it's possible that it's in Turkish.
Isn't he the person who you say fled with Mr. Sile Chol Chaku? You told Mr. Kiho that he left with him.
You're right. I understood the inference. Yes, his name was Hassan, but I don't know his last name. But it's true, his first name was Hassan. And I don't know how Drini could have ordered something against the person that accompanied Suleiman Kolchako. Because Suleiman Kolchako, being the deputy commander, could have issued this order, not Drini. If we're talking about the same person, about the same Hassan. It's possible that the last name is a Turkish one, because like I said, I know his first name, but I never knew his last name.
You are disputing that Drini had the authority to issue such an order.
He had the authority to issue such an order, but I don't know how he would have kept him detained, because there was no place for detention, although he had the authority to issue the order.
You about something else you were shown. It's exhibit P716. So do you remember being shown this document a couple of weeks ago?
Let me see it a bit. I think I've seen it before, but let me have a look at it. Yes, I've seen it before.
There's a reference in there to you saying, even though he will, and that's paragraph 1 in this document, even though he will suffer throughout his whole life because of this incident, he will also answer to the court of second instance. Do you recall being asked about that?
Yes. This was a question that was asked of me. This is the occasion of wounding a soldier, Grezio, is his last name, of Brigade 122. Therefore, an order was issued for 124th Brigade and 122nd Brigade, because for a long time they were merged together. So they were ordered to make sure that their weapons were kept accordingly so that there would no unintentional wounding of soldiers. And this was based on the Pashtric regulation, because like I've told you several times, we had a regulation of our own.
About this particular phrase, it's 13 November 2023, transcript 9972 to 9973. You said this. You are putting one before the other, and this is not unintentional. That was a response you gave to Mr. Emerson, because before this there was a request publicly made to the General Staff asking for courts to be established in order to deal with disciplinary matters regarding soldiers. We were having soldiers who had loaded weapons and accidentally would wound or kill people. So in our opinion, courts had to be established. This was thought if the war lasted 1, 2, or 3 years. Otherwise, there were no court. First thing I want to clarify here with you is when you said they were, in effect, hoped for courts, you were talking about the zone, right? Your zone.
We're talking about our zone, but we're talking in general as well, because these types of accidents have happened in the area of Nureddina as well. So accidentally or carelessly, a soldier was killed. And this was the type of irregularities that I was talking about. And this is why we needed to have disciplinary structures in place to take disciplinary measures against soldiers. And therefore, in this context, this is how I said that it would be good for us to have prisons, to have courts, to have prosecution offices, but that was a very premature request. This is what I said back then, and I think that that's what I'm saying right now.
Witness, you're finished with your testimony today. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Remember not to talk about this case with anybody outside of the courtroom. Madam Usher, you may escort the witness out.
I'm there. Thank you.
We're adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.
All rise.